Members of Council, the first order of business is the adoption of the Council minutes of March 9, 2009.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any comments or questions with respect to the minutes? Having seen none, we'll call the vote. All those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. This time I'm going to ask for disclosure of any pecuniary interests that members of Council may have with regard to tonight's agenda. Councillor Iononi.
Thank you. Check 326770 made out to my spouse.
Okay. Councillor Maves.
Check 327058 and 327158. My source of income.
Okay, thank you. So noted. And I'd like to disclose check number 326964 payable to myself as well. Move on to planning matters. Mr. Clerk, would you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit proposed changes to the SciTech Elgin industrial area and a proposed addition of a tourist commercial outlet mall on lands south of Butchery Street and east of Victoria. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, February 20th, 2009, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process if applicable or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chambers.
Thank you very much. At this time, we would ask the Director of Planning, Mr. Alex Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Hurlovich.
Thank you, Worship. This is a lengthy presentation because of the amount of land involved. We'll actually be breaking the presentation up into two areas. The map in front of you actually depicts the lands that are involved in this particular application. There's an area called the Glenview or Elgin industrial area. This is the land bounded by Victoria Avenue, Butchery Street, the railway lands on the south, and more or less River Road on the east side. The other area that we're going to be dealing with tonight are the former 4th Avenue SciTech property bounded on the one side by Stanley Avenue and the Hydro Canal, the CN lands on the east side, and the former railway lands to the south boundary of the property. The applications before you have actually been subject to fairly lengthy review. The consulting firm RCI looked at the two areas as part of the CIP. And this is a pilot project area that provides much more detailed amendments to allow those lands to be redeveloped. These are all former industrial lands, something that we refer to as brownfield lands. Last August, staff brought something towards or forward to this council, and at the request of Crosslink Bridge Corporation, council directed that staff review the appropriateness of adding an outlet mall as one of the uses. The request by the Crosslink Bridge Corporation involves asking for a site-specific tourist commercial designation on their land. They also asked for a site-specific rezoning for tourist commercial. It also involves 7 acres of land, which is owned by the city, which the developer is interested in. It also involves 2 acres of regional land. As well, the developer has some interest in some bridge commission property on River Road. The applicant, that is Crosslink Bridge Corporation, has submitted a market study. They also have submitted a transportation study, and they've submitted a planning justification report as part of their background. I mentioned a minute ago that RCI Consulting did the initial work for the city. They looked at several alternatives for the Glenview area. They looked at the former CN lands as possible residential area. However, they determined because of the amount of remediation that would be necessary to accommodate residential development, that was not feasible. They then moved to a light industrial zone for the area south of Ferguson Street, and in fact along Ferguson Street recommended a prestige industrial zone in order to form a transition between the residential lands to the north and the railway lands to the south. The cross-link bridge proposal specifically seeks to add 200,000 square feet of retail space as a permitted use, and the ability to expand up to 300,000 square feet. A drive-in restaurant and assembly hall were also requested as part of their submission following the August council meeting. They submitted an application in October of 2008. Because the proposal was substantially different than the one that RCI had ever brought to the public in the past, Crosslink Corporation was through their consultants, were willing to hold another public meeting, and the open house was held on November 20th. There were about 50 people in attendance at that meeting. There were a number of concerns raised about the amount of traffic that will be increased and the mix of tourist, commercial, and industrial traffic in the neighborhood. But there was also support received for the development because they felt it was an underutilized area and one that should be redeveloped. The Crosslink proposal included a market feasibility study. Within that study prepared by John Winter and Associates, they studied the primary trade area was the city of Niagara Falls, 5 kilometers of the subject land. They projected spending by the resident population of $209 million, and the project of 200,000 square feet could be supported. Basically, the market looks at the number of residents, the amount that they spend, the spending averages by consumer-type goods, food, clothing, household articles, and so on, and then allocate a square footage to that and distribute that space. They believe that there was additional residual for 200,000 square feet of additional space over and above what the city already has. The proposal also, the market study also identified the potential to draw 1.6 million tourists to the site, which would be within an easy walking distance of the downtown. As well, the proposal would employ approximately 600 people in the facility. Staff reviewed the market report. We felt there were some shortcomings. The developer basically presented the proposal as being primarily serving the tourists. However, most of their justification was based on the 83,000 resident population, their spending habits. The city had just gone through a market peer review of another development for smart centers at the south end of town, and at that time the city's consultant raised concerns about the amount of vacant space, which exceeds 500,000 square feet of vacant floor area in the city, and they felt that that was likely to increase once Zayres and Walmart were to relocate, and the Canadian Tire on McLeod Road. Staff asked for some additional information from the consultant to substantiate the tourist dollars that would be spent on this project. The developer, or the proponent, basically said that the location near River Road would provide for high visitor purchases from outside of the region. The proposal is to limit the well, this planning staff's look at it. The planning staff would be looking at the 200,000 square feet. We would be suggesting, if it was to be approved, that there be a limit on the floor size of the units. These are all identified in the market study. 5 to 10,000 square feet is the primary size, allowing for possible 2 signature stores up to 15,000 square feet. To give council some better idea, the Nike store at the outlet mall on Lundy's Lane is a 15,000 square foot store. The balance of the other stores would be in the similar range to what we see at the outlet mall on Lundy's Lane. The In looking at the land use impacts, the applicant had also asked for an assembly hall to be added to the permitted uses. This cannot be supported because of the proximity to heavy industrial uses. They also asked for a drive-in restaurant. These are defined as places where food is prepared and then consumed in cars. Again, because of the proximity to industrial activities, we felt, again, this was inappropriate, and as well, Crosslink has now expressed that they do not have an interest in that type of facility. Crosslink is amenable to a tourist commercial use being added to the light industrial designation. I mentioned at the outset they were seeking a tourist commercial zone for the site. However, we are recommending that we go forward with the RCI consultant's proposal, which would be light industrial, allowing for offices, light industry such as warehousing. In addition, there would be recreational uses would be allowed. So all of those uses would continue, and that the outlet mall be a additional use if it was to be permitted. The area along Ferguson Street, we had a number of requests from residents asking that the lands on the south side of Ferguson Street be zoned as residential. There are a number of properties that are residential along the south side of Ferguson Street. They have been zoned and designated for industrial purposes for many years, and they're allowed to continue as residential uses. In fact, they can seek permissions to expand those uses through Committee of Adjustment. However, we really feel that we do need to separate the residential area from the industrial area, and therefore we're recommending a prestige industrial along the south side, residential to the north, moving to light industrial, and then beyond Buttrey Street would be the light industrial with the commercial uses. The proponents submitted a traffic study. The primary access to this area would be from Victoria Avenue via Buttrey Street. The secondary access would be provided from Bridge Street by extending Zimmerman Avenue north across the railway tracks. The long-term intent is to provide access from River Road. However, I've mentioned those lands have not yet been secured. There are a number of traffic controls that would be required to accommodate the development, and because of the limitations on the access into the area, the traffic consultant for the proponent recommended a maximum of 200,000 square feet of retail in the first phase of development, as well as supporting the offices, the wine showcase and exhibit space that they were proposing, Heritage Museum, an 8,000-seat hockey arena, outdoor theater, and film studio. The costs of putting in all of these services, which include additional turning lanes, traffic signalization, stop signs, and so on, would all be part of the costs that would be attributed to the Crosslink proposal, because the extra traffic into the area is a direct result of the proposal. In fact, this slide shows the proposal then of Crosslinks. So Buttrey Street is on the north, basically the north boundary of the slide in front of you. The traffic study that recommends only 3 driveways from the large parking lot onto Buttrey Street. Currently, you can see about 6 driveways coming out of the shopping center onto Buttrey Street. So those would be reduced in half. They would have to widen and improve Buttrey Street signalization at Victoria and Buttrey Street. I mentioned that. As well, signalization at Bridge Street and River Road, and 4-way stop at Zimmerman and Bridge Street. We have had the applicant look at the removal of employment lands. All industrial lands under the province's growth plan are considered employment lands. So we had the applicant look at those. The city had also completed a comprehensive review of its employment lands, and did find that we have an oversupply both within the city and within the region, and that therefore the reduction of approximately 60 acres to accommodate this conversion would not have a significant impact on employment lands in the city. We also looked at environmental issues. The environmental site assessments were prepared for the property, and they will require remediation to commercial and industrial standards in accordance with MOE standards. The developer will have to prepare a record of site condition. This is a provincial requirement prior to the development proceeding. With respect to the tourist commercial uses, we did not feel that we were in a position to support the outlet mall at this time, the 200,000 square feet of retail space, primarily because, as I mentioned, they were looking at the city population rather than the tourist population to support this. We're recommending that a peer review at the developer's expense be conducted under the direction of city staff in order to make an accurate assessment of the current situation of commercial lands in the city. The second area then that I want to speak about are the SciTech lands. They involve approximately 95 acres of land at basically Stanley Avenue and Thoroldstone Road. Our consultants again recommended that there be a light industrial special policy to allow a variety of employment type uses. So this would include light industrial as well as service commercial. That would include banks, restaurants, uses similar to that, institutional uses such as arenas, recreational uses, as well as churches. And the development of that area would be by plan of subdivision. This map shows the lands that are involved with that particular development. Stanley Avenue is on the left side of the slide. The old NS&T rail line right-of-way is on the south. The plan is recommended by RCI was that Palmer Park would be designated open space. Part of it is now. However, the boundaries don't actually reflect the parklands. And then it also recommended that the former railway lands be zoned open space to provide for a recreational trail. The industrial lands themselves would have special policy area A, which would provide for the service commercial and the institutional uses in addition to the light industrial uses. And then there are two parcels on Victoria Avenue, the lands on the west side of the street opposite the Great Wolf Lodge, which would be designated for tourist commercial uses and zoned for tourist commercial uses, and the lands on the east side of Victoria Avenue, north of Ferguson Street, these are basically opposite Lococo's, also be zoned and designated for tourist commercial uses. The change from a heavy industrial to a light industrial does reflect the redevelopment of employment lands in the center of the city, and they were supported at various public meetings that were held by the consultant. We believe that the amendments for SciTech area should proceed and can proceed independently of what happens with the Buttrey Street lands. Therefore, we're concluding that the SciTech area can be supported without further delay. The proposed outlet mall, while it could act as a catalyst for the immediate area, could also have an impact on the other commercial lands, and therefore we're suggesting that the outlet mall be deferred until we can do a peer review of the market report which was submitted. Therefore, we're recommending to Council that they approve the amendment application for the zoning and official plan for the SciTech area, but that they defer the amendment for the Glenview area, primarily because of the retail outlet mall and wishing to do further investigation on that. Those are the highlights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. And once again, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 17, subsection 24 of the Planning Act. At this time, Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. I'm going to ask you to come forward, but I have a couple of questions from Council first before you do that. Those who are speaking, please be advised that we have a 10-minute limit. We'd ask you to extend the courtesy as well if you're going to repeat comments that are already made. If you'd refrain from comments made by a previous speaker, it would certainly save us all some time. So we do appreciate your comments as well. At this time, I have a request to speak from Councillor Ionone and Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Hurlevik. I called earlier today. This report irritated me because I think in this economy and in this day and age, we should be pushing through any development that's going to create development charges, permit fees, property taxes, and jobs. I mean, we have hotel owners come here and we bend over backwards for them, but this gentleman's been before us half a dozen times and we're still looking at a motion to defer or a request to defer. But if I understand correctly in speaking to staff today, on a strictly planning standpoint, this application could be a go. But staff's asking us to review our to have a peer market study because that was a policy this council put into place. So do I understand that correctly?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Yes, the official plan requires new commercial areas to be substantiated by a market study. That's an official plan policy.
So it's something that council can amend also and have staff take a look at. I'm not going to support any deferral for this project, so let's put that on the table right now. And I think council needs to take a look at and send back to staff, asking staff to review our peer market study policy too, because clearly it's just holding up another positive development for the residents. So I just wanted to make that comment. To make a big issue small, we've put the roadblock there by our own policy, and we can lift it. So I just wanted to put that on the table.
Well, we'll debate that as time moves on this evening. Certainly, I appreciate your comment. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Wing.
Yes, through the chair to Mr. Hurlovich. In your presentation, you, and first of all, echo the comments of Councillor Ionone. Every time this project has had any kind of discussion at the council meeting or otherwise, it's always been of a negative nature rather than embracing an opportunity for 600 jobs and expansion and development in an area that looks like the lunar surface of the moon and certainly needs a great deal of development, and this certainly would do it. And I think also a tremendous catalyst for the whole area for a zone that would be a destination and would be visited by people, the downtown, and this development. First of all, first question, why have we brought the SciTech lands and this in all in one report?
Mr. Hurlovich?
To you, Mr. Mayor, this is the way in which the study that was done by RCI was identified. The city identified the whole city as a brownfield area, so there are different industrial sites that are eligible for cleanup grants. And then we looked specifically at these two parcels of land. They're contiguous on the map, and so that was part of a pilot project area. So while they are separated by the railway lands, they were part of one study.
Okay,
but they can be separated.
Well, in my opinion, they are separate and distinct. I think we've already made our decision with respect to the SciTech lands and the four-pad arena, so I don't have any problem with that. But this is, they're two unique and separate and distinct pieces of land that, in my opinion, should be able to stand on their own merits. In the Buttery Street development or the cross-link proposal, you indicated that an assembly hall was inappropriate because it was adjacent to industrial uses?
Yes, the proximity to the Canadian Special Castings and Niagara Energy buildings, which are heavy industrials under the D6 guidelines. Those type of uses should be removed from that type of use.
Well, I thought that they were going to come in and they could have parking areas in that adjacent to that area, and in fact, in the plan that we have here, they have parking there, and there could be all kinds of buffering put up to. What's the difference whether you have a store or an assembly hall or a restaurant? I just don't see the rationale. You can always put up some kind of buffer or protection, sound barriers or whatever. why would you restrict them in that particular? That might be a prime opportunity to attract people. In fact, in their discussions, I understood they wanted to have sort of an ethnic theme of a hall there to bring in events, a different one every month, which I thought would be a great idea.
Well, I know they do have some outdoor theaters showing, so I don't know whether that would be part of the events. They do show as well the arena on the site. We were basically trying to address the concerns of the established industry, which are also employers and taxpayers in the area. So we're certainly trying to reflect their needs as well as the needs of this development.
I think that has to be readdressed, because I think there are methods in how you can mitigate the sound and the noise and vibration in that particular area. Also, this is a very difficult area anyway, and anybody who has been involved in local government knows the complaints that come from the residential area that's there. Can you, and I know there are people who would like to have some reassurance that their residential property is going to be residential property in perpetuity if they expect it to be there. Can you tell me how we can give assurance to these people? I know that they're suggesting a zoning, but is there any other assurance that could be given in this debate and discussion so that they have reassurance that their residential properties are going to be protected there?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Well, the properties north of Ferguson Street are residential, and we're not proposing any changes to those. On the south side of Ferguson Street, there are a number of residential properties, and certainly those people have asked that they be recognized for housing. But again, it creates a conflict where you have housing and industrial traffic next to each other. So
Well,
we're trying to separate it, as you can see.
Which has been the situation since industrial and residential have existed down
Yes.
there. So anyway, I think out of this discussion, and there's probably people that want to talk about this in presentation to council, that there should be a way that we give them some assurance that they have some protection for that.
Yes.
Councillor Wing.
Yes, my concerns are the same as Councillor Arnone's and Councillor Thompson's. First of all, just a few comments on commercial space. I understand from staff that the issue of market studies is controversial, that they're only required to address retail store space. They're not required for restaurants, offices, medical clinics, or anything else. And the OMB doesn't like them because they don't consider them to have any direct bearing on land use. As far as I'm concerned, we're trying here with our concerns about other vacant commercial space to compare apples and oranges and bananas. There's retailers who only go to big regional malls or outlet malls. They don't set up anywhere else. They're not going to come to your neighborhood plaza. They're not going to go to the big box stores or anything else. And it's a different type of commercial space, and they're not interested in being in anything other than the big regional mall or the outlet mall. Build it and they probably will come. Don't build it and they're definitely not coming. And quite frankly, I'm tired of having to drive my daughter to Buffalo to buy her clothes. Buffalo or maybe St. Catharines. The only place in Niagara Falls she shops is the outlet mall on Lundy's Lane. And I think that if we build another outlet mall, it's going to complement the first, and we have an opportunity here to become a bit of a shopping mecca by having two outlet malls. There'll be something to keep tourists here just that little bit longer, and it's a bit more attraction, something else
Councillor,
to
do you have a question?
Yes, I do. My question is regarding the driveways to the proposed crosslink development. I see staff has cut down the number, but my concern is they've cut out the streets that I would have cut out. Martin and Hickson have residences on them between Buttry and Ferguson. Why can we not cut out the driveways that have the streets that have residences fronting onto them and direct the traffic onto places like Dyson and that don't have residences on them? We have a letter from a Martin Avenue resident pointing out that it's a very narrow road, no green space, sparse sidewalks, very little frontage between the existing houses and the sidewalk. Why don't we direct that traffic from the driveways instead to the streets in there that don't have these residences?
Mr. Hurlovich, can you answer that question to the councillors?
It was proponent's traffic consultant that recommended that they be cut down to 3 driveways.
Okay, and I guess I'm fine with cutting down to 3 driveways. I like the idea of cutting down to 3 driveways. I'm just taking issue with which driveways it's cut down to. I would prefer those driveways to lead to the side streets that don't have residences on them, that are purely industrial. My other question is with regards to the residences south of Ferguson Street, Martin Avenue, Pixon, and so forth. Is it possible for us to draw a ragged boundary to capture those existing residences and put them into the residential zone? Does it have to be a perfect straight boundary going down the middle of Ferguson Street? Can't we make it ragged so it gives the people who live south of Ferguson inclusion in the residential area?
Mr. Hurlovich?
We could do that. The potential that exists is that you have someone who's living in a house complaining about a industry that's going to locate in the area and bring jobs, and say, well, we can't locate next to the house because they complain about the noise of our beepers and so on. But sure, you can do anything. We're going to have houses on the north side of Ferguson Street. What we were trying to do was create a gradation so that we had residential north side of Ferguson Street, then prestige industrial, which would be the lightest of industrial uses on the south side, and then moving towards the heavier industrials as you move south away from the residential properties. But you set yourself up for potential land use conflicts between industry and residents. That's the primary thing.
I don't think we're talking about moving the boundary too far. I mean, even if you draw it down the middle of Ferguson Street, you still have the potential for conflict. So I would prefer to defer to the request from the residents to be included in the residential area.
We can get to that point, hopefully. Alrighty, so at this time, council will hear from anyone other than the applicant. Please come forward, state your name, and we appreciate your 10-minute curfew. Thank you. Can I have your name and address, please, for the record?
Of course. My name is Donna Rose, and I live at 4203 Martin Avenue. And I would like to thank Councilperson Wing for addressing some of the concerns that I've voiced. Here's a copy, Mr. Hurlovich. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll keep it brief. I would like to make the following comments. Have them tabled for the zoning bylaw amendment. I've been a resident in Silvertown for 20 years. I'm excited about the improvements, but have concerns. I do live in the area that Councilwoman Wing just addressed, between the south side of Ferguson on Martin Avenue. I've submitted petitions on August 8th and spoke at the last meeting to have my home and my portion of Martin to remain intact. I would like to have in writing some sort of protection designating this as a residential zones. Single-family dwellings do exist, and that fact seems to have been overlooked in the master plan. Although there has been reference to preserving and providing protection to the current residential dwellings north of Ferguson, there has been no mention of this in the area south. I do not wish to move, nor do I wish to have neighbors that run a car wash, adult entertainment parlor, body rub parlor, or other examples of prestige industrial which legally and potentially could move onto my street. I would like some sort of security from acquisition or redevelopment in writing. You know, our neighborhood isn't, you know, prestigious, opulent, but it's my humble wartime home. It was willed to me by my last surviving family member. And yes, it's very, very modest, but I treasure it. It's like a house in Niagara on the Lake or a mayor's home on McMillan Drive. It's my home, it's my legacy, and I don't really want it bulldozed. Should I be lucky enough to be spared, I do have issue with the proposed traffic concept. Martin Avenue is a narrow street, approximately 18-foot wide with partial sidewalk. The houses do vary 8 to 12 feet from the sidewalk and no green space buffer. And it barely accommodates the traffic from the existing paving company at the end of the road, let alone any other increased traffic flow. It should be blocked off if there were a large tourist industrial complex. That way, the people's quality of life and safety would not diminish. I hope that the homeowners on my side of Mountain Avenue are not forgotten in the name of progress. I do realize change is inevitable, but not at the expense, hopefully, of my family history of quality of life. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rose. We do have your information on file. We received your letter. I'm going to ask the Director of Planning to address the issue once again about the residential. He did touch on it for a moment, but
yes, he did.
Mr. Hurlovich, could you just reinforce that for the residents who are there on the basis, and maybe confirm what basis they're there on in terms of the zoning?
Well, right now they are legal non-conforming houses. They're all zoned industrial south of Ferguson Street, so they don't actually have any recognition. They're recognized as legal non-conforming houses. They're allowed to continue, and as long as it's a house, they can stay there. If they want to expand, as I said, they go to Committee of Adjustment. I understand from Alderman Wing or Councillor Wing, her suggestion is to create a undulating line, or I don't remember, jagged line was her words. So in actual fact, we would have just exactly what Ms. Rose is saying that she doesn't want. She says she doesn't want car washes. She doesn't want other kinds of prestige types of uses next to her, facing her. But that's exactly what she'll get if we create the jagged line that was suggested.
Well, it's just the neighbors. There's 3 houses, and then there's the line where the residential ends, and then the light industrial is existing, as well as across the street. And I have not had much issue with the present people, but the present utilization of the property. But I just would like some sort of acknowledgement in writing or in zoning to say that we do exist. And just consider us, please.
Okay, Mrs. Rose, I think Mr. Hurlovich did answer the question, but
Yes,
we
he did.
certainly, nobody's going to force you out of your home, so please
Okay,
be assured of
thank
that.
you.
The zoning is in place, and you're protected as long as you use that as a dwelling. And
Yes.
go from there.
Well,
Okay.
it'd be nice if it were in writing, because political winds do
Well,
change.
it is incorporated in our zoning bylaw, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is Ed Lustig, and I'm with the law firm of Broderick and Partners, and I act for Historic Niagara Development, Inc., who support the cross-link proposal. As members of council are aware, Historic Niagara own and control various properties in the downtown. And I started to do work for this client after Mr. Lichtman left the scene, and during the last year and a half or so, I've observed their efforts together with other owners in the downtown, including the city itself, to try to improve the downtown during a very difficult economic period and despite a very challenging period of time in the business cycle. And now, not everything has been perfect, we acknowledge, but among other things, they have, with the help of the city and others, and they are grateful for the city's assistance in this regard, they've improved a number of properties, attracted new tenants, businesses, and employees to the downtown, including artisans. They raised the level of awareness about the downtown through various events and increased sensitivity about what the downtown is all about. And they've done so both to serve their own interests as well as the community interest as expressed through the various policies and programs that the council has participated in and has approved itself. As we all know, the conditions remain very problematic and challenging today, and in spite of this, they continue to be optimistic about the downtown because it's in our collective interest to protect and enhance jobs in the city's tax base in the downtown and to protect the well-being and security of people, many of whom are disadvantaged who live in the downtown, and to provide for a downtown that we as residents, those including myself who don't live in the downtown, can take some pride in. Now, Historic Niagara supports this development because if it is well planned and executed as the developer has promised, and as I know that the city will require in its approval planning and its instruments for development, it can, as the proponents have suggested, also provide the stimulus and synergies to support the downtown in dealing with the needs that I've just described. In other words, this is very much a reciprocally beneficial proposition for both the applicant and the downtown, and vice versa. It's a potential win-win. Now, the one thing that my client wishes you to do, in addition to noting its support for this proposal, if you decide to approve the application, is to recognize the need for the land covered by this development to also be included in the downtown BIA by way of an extension to the existing downtown BIA area, so that it can really be seen to be supportive of and synergistic with the existing downtown as proposed by the applicant. The applicant has stated that it agrees in principle to have its lands included and has expressed his point of view directly to me in a discussion that I had with Mr. Kokov this morning. And so I would assume that he would have no difficulty and would hope that he would agree to such inclusion at the appropriate time. And I would appreciate it if the council sees fit to approve this stipulation and to support the proposal, which my client agrees with, that it also make reference in the minutes to the request that we've made and to the acknowledgement by the developer of his interest in extending the boundaries of the BIA to include his lands. Those are my submissions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lustig. We understand that was the case, and we appreciate your confirmation of that, so thank you. The next speaker, please. Please come forward. Welcome. Your name and address, please.
My name is Pauline Crump, and I'm the office manager at Canadian Specialty Castings.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have a copy, if I can possibly give a copy of what I'm going to say to the gentleman.
Would you like to circulate that to the clerk or the planner? Whatever. Thank you.
I have also a copy to leave in behind the petition. Responsible industrial development of Elgin Industrial Area. Canadian Specialty Casting opened its door in March 2006. At the beginning, it employed 8 employees between the plant and the office. In January of 2007, the head count was at 24 employees. We are currently employing 50 full-time permanent employees. We have more than double our workforce since 2007. It is currently operating 3 full shifts, and we project our operation to continue to grow further. CSC also has had its best months these past 3 months. I'm not much of a public speaker, sorry. The employees of Canadian Specialty Casting supports 106 dependents on top of these counts. We are talking about affecting 155 employees. This is a large amount of lives being disrupted. CSC is proud to be a multicultural employer. CSC supports Niagara College Culinary School by holding their Christmas function at their restaurants. We have some employees that have requested to have a leave during their shift so they can attend. These employees have punched out and are not being paid. They wanted to be present to have their voices heard, and they're all at the back. Our average hourly rate is $19.75 per hour. I have not met anyone in the box store make anywhere close to this amount. We offer our employees full benefits and pension as well on top of the average hourly rate. We have successfully had 3 full pages signed from the surrounding area alone, and only 2 people have refused to sign the petition. That on its own speaks volumes. We are able to have over 257 signatures towards our petition on forcing us to move our operation and our jobs out of the area. Canadian Specialty Casting is also a vendor providing work for our surrounding suppliers that would also be affected by this decision.
Excuse me, I just have a question. Councillor, I know you have a question.
To that point, through you to staff, are we going to force them to move?
No.
Well, like, where is that coming from? It's not in any of our reports.
Yes. I'm not sure where you're getting your information.
Right now we're zone heavy industrial, and I really honestly don't believe that light industrial is going to fit.
Well, we'll confirm that with the planner when you're finished, so thank you. Okay. Let's proceed. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, please.
Canadian Specialty Casting is also a vendor providing work for our surrounding suppliers that would also be affected by this decision. Our local customers, vendors, suppliers would also feel this rippling effect. In closing, I would like to mention the following. A foundry is a unique industry that we should help preserve in Canada. Currently, there is only a handful of these industries. Why should we send a specialized work out of the country? We supply castings to Hydro, OPG, Parks and Recreation, Niagara Falls Parks and Recreation. To show how unique our type of industry is, we are the proud producer of the impellers for the New Orleans flood control. This was due to Katrina, and the impellers were purchased by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Crump. I'm going to ask the planner to confirm your concerns. And Mr. Hurlovich, could you address that as well as Councillor Iannone's concern, please?
Yes, that issue was actually addressed by RCI during their work for the city. And the initial proposal was that it would be zoned light industrial. Canadian Specialty Castings came forward at several of the public meetings that we had, and it was decided that while the label would be light industrial, there would be policies that would permit Canadian Specialty Castings to remain, and there would be additional policies that would allow them to expand onto adjacent lands abutting this property on the other side of Broughton and the other side of Hickson. So the policies were expanded in order to be able to allow them not only their current industrial rights, but expansion rights as well.
Mrs. Crump, does that answer your question?
You said provision, but how can we be guaranteed? How can I guarantee 50 families that we're not going to just get tossed?
Well, it's not a debate, but Mr. Hurlovich, would you confirm, please, again?
Provision means you have the ability. I can't force you. I can give you a car, but I can't make you drive it. I've provided you. So provision means we've provided the opportunity, but we can't make you expand.
Okay. Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this council has been working hard to create jobs, to create development, to make sure that we're expanding the workforce, not depleting it. I don't want your 50 families to leave tonight thinking that they're not going to have jobs should we approve this application. Our staff has said to you that the policy will help you. The policies will help you expand your permit will give you a permit to remain and expand. Just so that you're clear, I'm assuming that any change in that would have to be through this council, and we're of no mind to be doing that. So I don't want your employees to think that that's the direction we're taking, because that's an irresponsible statement to make when council's trying to do everything that's entirely opposite to that effect.
Thank you. So, Mrs. Crump, do you have any further comments?
My only other comment is that I was restructured twice within the Niagara area with other employers, and they always said that we promise you, we promise you. It's kind of very difficult to believe a promise, and then all of a sudden you get restructured and the plant closed down. So I'm a victim twice now.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, I'm not sure the circumstances, but in this case, the zoning is in place, and we've already dealt with that issue. So just to assure you and the people you represent, we appreciate your concern, and certainly it's well documented, and we have a zoning in place for you. Okay. So we didn't want to give the wrong signal, as you heard from some of the council here, that this does not mean elimination of any of your jobs or your plant potential either. Okay. Thank you very much.
The signed petition, where would you like for me
Yes,
to?
the clerk will receive it. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter? Please come forward. If you'd be just kind enough to introduce
My name is
yourself.
Mordechai Grun. Very hard to recognize around here.
Welcome.
I'm here tonight on behalf of the Downtown BIA. The Downtown BIA has brought up the issue of this development in their past Downtown BIA meeting. The position that the Downtown BIA took was that they were extremely supportive of this development. They felt that the applicant really strongly voiced and designed a project that he would like it to work and synchronize with the downtown. We found that in discussions with the applicant really voiced quite strong support for the understanding that this area needs to be one area, needs to be marketed and brought together as such. The concern that the members of the downtown BIA had was that the project go forward in its design form, which my understanding is something that sort of happens automatically. It's not possible for it to be different. That the project is what it portrays itself to be, and that the things that are in that project, such as it being focused on outlet mall, and such as it being focused on the entrance through Zimmerman, and things such as amenities that have been applied in that project actually come together with that project and be delivered in some form or other to fruition. The downtown BIA also felt that having the applicant and all of his tenants voting and being members of the BIA, in essence, would create a giant downtown area, roughly double the size of the downtown, and would allow the downtown to be a very powerful force and cohesive force, and that we can market these two experiences together. We felt that the retail outlet mall experience, which is really essentially bargain hunters, many people want to go specifically to specific retail outlet mall, such as Councillor Janice Wing just voiced recently, is an attraction. And at the same time, people want to have an experience attraction. They'd like to have entertainment. They'd like to have unique food, unique culture, unique art. And having Niagara Falls being able to provide both of these experiences in one location really together can create a very, very interesting attraction that will enhance the entire city of Niagara Falls and the downtown. And this is something that we strongly support. Again, we've met with the applicant. The applicant has voiced his interest to us that he's okay with being part of the downtown BIA. The applicant actually would like to participate in many activities and many events, including theater and different types of festivals that the downtown is going to be working on and promoting. And again, for the record, we would appreciate if council takes that into their thought process and puts that as part of the motion and records that the applicant was agreeable to that. We also know that the applicant is interested in purchasing additional land for his project, and again, we are in favor of that. I think anything that we can do to help the applicant be successful would really be great. One of the things the applicant has proposed is allowing anybody to use that additional land, so that if there's a giant event and it needs parking, we can use his parking, and sort of allowing that space to be utilized by everybody. If the applicant agrees to having that space utilized by everyone for parking on specific needs, etc., then we as a downtown BIA would strongly advocate to council that council consider giving this property to the applicant on lenient terms, on terms that make it easy and accessible and possible for the applicant to take over this property without undue hardship or significant upfront money that would make his project more difficult to get off the ground. And of course at a reasonable cost, because he would be providing a public service that would sort of be good for everyone. So that was the motion that the downtown BIA approved, and I just wanted to forward this to the honorable members of council and the mayor. We were not aware of any issues with residential or casting or the casting company. Certainly as a downtown BIA, we hope that there are ways to make everybody happy. If there's a way that this can be designed to have even more traffic coming in through Zimmerman, more lanes coming in through Zimmerman, or more traffic coming into the downtown as opposed to it being driven in a residential direction, you know, we certainly would be open to that. We also do not want any industries that are in the area to be relocated. We're proud of all our local industries, and anything that we can do to guarantee them that they have the right to stay where they are and be successful is certainly something that we would support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. Call in the next speaker, please, other than the applicant who wishes to come forward. Is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to come forward to speak to this matter? And once again, is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak? Okay, then we'll call upon the applicant to come forward then, please, or his representative.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors.
Brady?
Would it be okay if I have the slide up that shows the conceptual site plan for the development?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Rick Brady. I work for the firm of Urban and Environmental Management, and I'm acting as the planner on this file for my client, which is Crosslink. It's interesting that I'm being described as the applicant, and I take that role, but in effect, what we're really doing is we're tagging on to an application that the city has made. So we're simply asking for the city of Niagara Falls to make some slight amendments to an application that they were in processing to allow what we believe is a signature kind of development that will make the whole area start to redevelop, and in particular give some life to that 44 acres, which I believe Alderman Thompson referred to as lunar in quality, and I echo his comments. When we were here before, which was 4 to 5 months ago, we asked for the application by the city to be deferred to allow us to prepare a planning justification study and to prepare a market study. And it was also suggested after that meeting that a traffic study be produced. Those studies have been produced. They've been brought to your staff's attention. And as you've heard from your staff this evening, the planning study has been accepted in that the main issues that needed to be addressed as a part of that planning study was the conversion of industrial land to commercial uses, and both the planning staff at the City of Niagara Falls and at the Regional Municipality of Niagara have agreed that the sufficient studies have been done for that justification. In my opinion, that's a major hurdle, and we're glad to be behind that one. The other hurdle that we had dealt with the traffic study, and we provided a very comprehensive traffic study. It took a little bit longer than we had hoped, but nonetheless it was provided. And that traffic study said that basically we think from a traffic perspective that this development should be phased into 2 phases. And you've heard a little bit about that this evening. The first phase talks about access off of Victoria and access off of Zimmerman, or if you will, the continuation of Zimmerman across, without or perhaps without the access to River Road. And the second phase would include the access to River Road. I will tell you now, and your staff is aware of this, that we've had some good discussions with the Bridge Commission, and the Bridge Commission is the owner of the lands that sit between us and River Road. And in fact, on Thursday of this week, I'll be going over to see Mr. Holloway again to try to talk about some terms and conditions for a lease. So that activity has moved forward, but the phasing, if you will, in terms of the traffic, deals with so much traffic will be dealt with, and it can be allocated as part of the first phase, and the second phase requires that access onto River Road, and my client has taken actions through his consultants in terms of moving that forward. The third matter that was brought forward, and as Councillor Iannone has properly stated, it was a requirement of the city through your official plan, and that is that if commercial lands are to be developed in the City of Niagara Falls, or additional commercial lands are to be developed in the City of Niagara Falls, retail commercial, that there's a requirement for a market study. We employed a firm to do that. The firm that we employed is the exact same firm that the City of St. Catharines utilized when they did their major market studies for the power centers in St. Catharines. So the person that we brought on the job not only has understanding of the Niagara Peninsula, he certainly has worked within the context of municipalities in Niagara. He did his work, and there were some comments made by the city planning staff and the regional planning staff that perhaps he should have used a little bit more of a tourist-based model as opposed to a local-based model. He provided a letter of opinion on that to the municipality, and as you've heard this evening, both the staff at the city and at the region are still somewhat concerned and would like that to be peer-reviewed. We're okay with that. we're okay with a peer review. We think that the work that was done is good and sufficient and will stand up to a peer review, so we have no issues for that. However, we do suggest that we don't particularly want to continue to come back here repeatedly in front of this council before seeking approvals. And so what we did, and I believe you have copies, and if I'm wrong, please let me know. We had sent a letter to Mr. Zakem, who was with me this evening, had sent a letter to Dean. Dean, did you receive that letter? And were copies provided? Okay, so copies were provided to all of you. And the letter itself sort of gives some of the highlights, but what it has attached to it is a resolution that looks like this. It's a one-page resolution. It starts on the top of it saying, proposed resolution, Crosslink Bridge Corporation, report PD 20915. And what we're suggesting is that the second recommendation in the planning staff report not be followed, and that it be replaced by this multiple series of recommendations. And I'm not going to read it in detail to you, but what I'm going to tell you is what it basically means. It means, please, pass the official plan amendment. Let us get on with dealing with the official plan amendment in terms of the regional municipality of Niagara. We know that this particular OPA has got to be, the bylaws got to be prepared, it's got to be brought back to this council, it's got to go up to the region's got to approve it, etc. And we know that that can become a lengthy process. And there is a zoning bylaw that also needs to be prepared, so we're asking, please direct your staff to prepare that OPA and that zoning bylaw, and to approve the OPA so it can move on its way up through to the region, approve the zoning bylaw, but make it subject to the completion of a peer review, so that the peer review would be done, and it would be provided prior to the zoning bylaw being adopted by council. And then we're trying to put some time frames on that which we think are reasonable, and that we think that all of that can occur by May the 4th of 2009. So if you see fit and you think that this development is a good development, we would ask you to simply enact this particular resolution. Now, there were a couple of comments that were made by members of the public, which I think I need to just address very briefly, just so that you're well aware of that. There was one that was made by, I think, Miss Rose, I think is her name, concerning the adequacy of the number of connections to Buttery into the parking lot. What our traffic consultant has asked us to do is to reduce the number that we had there down to 3. That's what's shown on the plan up above. And those don't necessarily have to tee up with existing roads. There's no need for them to do so because the traffic flow on this particular development is down Buttery and into the site. We're not looking to have a lot of traffic, if you will, come down the side streets and into the site. So if there's a little bit of a hook in that, that's fine. And if that would make the residents feel better, we're more than happy to do that. And that matter will become a site plan issue, and we can do some offsetting, but the maximum number that we're talking about is 3 in that area. So that was one issue that was brought forward. The specialty castings people suggested that they wanted to make sure that they could stay there in the long run, and I can tell you that my client has no issues at all with the specialty casting people staying there in the long run. And in fact, if you look at the design of this development as it's up on the board here, our development hugs the tracks. We're to the south. Specialty castings is to the north. We have a large parking lot that's in between us, and we really feel that there's no issue with that. One of the things that your traffic people asked us to do is to make sure that the industrial traffic that comes down Buttery can continue to come down Buttery and be able to intermingle with the commercial traffic that will come down Buttery. And so there are some very specific provisions, and you can see them on that plan up there where it talks about signalization at Buttery and Victoria, widened Buttery at Victoria through Dyson to 4 lanes. And that's all aimed at making sure that the flow of traffic can easily come into this site and that industrial traffic can continue to operate on Buttery as well. So we're trying to take that into consideration, and I think we have in terms of the proposal that we put forward. Now, there is a site plan process and et cetera. The market study, when it was produced, suggested that also this should be phased based on market. And so that there's a first phase for which is about 200,000 square feet, and then there's a second phase. And I'm going to suggest that when the OPA is, when the zoning is brought forward, that the caps on the amount that can be done in the 2 phases have to be looking at both the traffic and the market together for the first phase and the traffic and the market together for the second phase. And that's the approach that we would hope that the city staff would use, and that's the approach that we will try to ask city staff to do as they send us drafts of that particular bylaw as it moves along. My last comment deals with the issue of the BIA that has been talked about this evening. My client did meet with the people from the BIA today, and the notion of the BIA being expanded onto our site and including all of our properties was brought to their attention today, and there was a lot of discussion on it. And certainly my client has always been of the mind that there needs to be an integration of this site and into the downtown. There's no doubt in that fashion. And it has agreed in principle to the notion of the BIA expanding. However, as I'm sure you're aware, the expansion of a BIA area goes through a public process and needs to be addressed in that light. So there are a lot of details that still need to be worked out in that way. That doesn't mean in any way that my client's trying to back away from that, but it's a recognition of the fact that it's an issue that has to be addressed within that full public light, and we'll be supporting it in that process. I hope that I've addressed all of the issues that may be before you this evening. If I haven't, I apologize for that, but I'd be open to any questions and comments that you might have.
Thank you. I just will entertain questions from the council, if you'd like, Mr. Brady.
Yes.
Mr. Hurlovich, just one question. Is the time period that Mr. Brady suggests reasonable regarding the May 4th deadline for peer review?
Well, there are peer review. Normally what we would do is we would drop some terms of reference to go to the consultant to ask him how much money they would actually charge to do that peer review. So that normally takes some time. I would think that we're basically talking about two months, that the 2 months would be sufficient time for that. But there is an administrative angle to that, if you can appreciate it. So Mr. Brady and I did speak on the phone this afternoon. We discussed 3 possible consultants that could do this work, and Henry Joseph, who has done peer review reports for the city in the past, is a consultant that Mr. Brady believes his client would accept. So I could approach him. I think we could move fairly quickly on that. I have some other thoughts on time frame. My bigger concern has to do with the proposal to bring the official plan policies back to the next council meeting, which would be April the 6th. Our office would have to have those down at the clerk's office by Friday, and they're not yet written. That's to say there are various drafts of those, but we would be rewriting those policies to talk about the phasing of the development. We'd want to get those policies to Mr. Brady, his client, Mr. Zakem, as well, their legal counsel. So I'm just not sure that can all happen by Friday.
Can you give us a time frame that you recommend, please?
Well, I would suggest that the second council meeting in April, I believe that would be the 23rd, 20th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
We can certainly push forward with this, but I'm not sure that I can guarantee it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. I have a number of speakers, Councillor Ioannoni, Councillor Carrio, Councillor Wing, and Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady, if you'd have let us get to our motion, I was taking out your peer review, just so that we're clear. And when the time comes, I'd like to make a motion and see where that goes. But quite frankly, I think it's too time hindering. Councillor Wing raised the fact that the OMB doesn't really consider it. Maybe we need to take a look at our own policy, and that's going to be part of my motion. So you might not be on a time frame at all.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Carriel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Along the same lines as Councillor Iannone, my thoughts on the peer review are, why do we zero in on this group? We don't ask for peer review when someone comes and wants to build another 700-room hotel or an apartment building. Why are we looking at a peer review for this business only? Why are not all the businesses being treated the same? That's my question.
Mr.
And I'll
Hurlowitz?
support your motion to eliminate the peer review.
Mr. Hurwitz, could you answer that?
I wasn't at the meeting last week, but I believe the BIA on Lundy's Lane was asking for them. But the city went through a process, a study in 1988, and determined they would not require market studies for hotels and motel rooms. At the time, the decision was made that they would require market studies for retail uses. Was by and large trying to address the decline of commercial space and businesses moving out of Main and Ferry and the downtown areas. But this council can make up those decisions in order to actually, and council can receive the information from the market studies. It doesn't mean that they have to embrace those as being the be-all and end-all of information. It's just additional information on which the council can use to make a decision. It's not that they have to adhere to every recommendation. In order to, and I understand what Alderman or Councillor Iannone is saying. If council is going to make a resolution that we re-examine the need for market studies, I would suggest it be separate from the one regarding this proposal in front of you tonight. Partially because we would need to amend our official plan, and there's a whole public process that would need to be gone through in order to do that. So that I would suggest that be a separate motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. To that point, Councillor?
Thank you. And to that point, to echo Councillor Carrio's comments, why, if we're going to vote for it absent the peer review, why would we tie them up to the 2 months and the money expense if we really know where we're going on this application anyway? So to me, that's a waste of time and money.
Okay, I have Councillor Wing and Councillor.
Thank you. Just about the Lundy's Lane situation, the question that was asked of me is why are market studies required for retail space but not for accommodations? And of course, there's a concern that hotel rooms are going up constantly in full view. Well, people out on Lundy's Lane are struggling to get some visitors in the door. So that was the question that was asked me, which is how this arose and how I learned so much. My question right now is, what exactly does our official plan require? Does it require a peer review, or does it just require a market study? Because the market study's done. If the official plan doesn't require a peer review, then we don't need to do one.
Mr. Hurwitz?
That's my question.
Your Worship, no, the official plan does not require peer review.
Okay, that came right out the window. Beautiful. I also have a comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Brady, for the offer to offset the driveways so traffic is not directed onto narrow roadways with residences fronting very closely onto them. And I guess I'll ask my other question here. Actually, it's a couple questions for Mr. Winovich. Prestige industrial lands. I know our adult entertainment parlors are directed to industrial lands. Does Prestige industrial allow them?
Mr. Hurwitz?
The zoning bylaw actually contains schedules where those would be, where adult entertainment parlors would be allowed. I would have to look and see whether or not there are any lands within this area that would be identified.
Okay, is there's a proximity thing as well?
Yes,
to residential land?
at the time that the industrial areas that were identified, there were radiuses drawn around residential lands, schools, parks, those kinds of uses, and any industrial lands that weren't within the radius, and I'm sorry, I don't remember what it was now, it could have been 1,000 feet, left certain lands. Those lands are in the schedule. I can look as we speak and see if it's here.
I think that just sort of builds a little more confidence in how I'd like to see the lands that are being used residentially south of Butler Street be treated as residential in this amendment. Do that ragged boundary that I was talking about and zone the balance of the lands between Ferguson and Buttery as prestige industrial, which you were speaking of before. And so just sort of have a blend of residential and prestige industrial. I think that would satisfy all the concerns.
Okay.
And of course, the specialty castings company would be grandfathered as an existing use.
Oh, it would be more than grandfathered. It would be recognized with site-specific provisions to allow them.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Wing, the clerk wants to address that as well.
Well, just on the adult entertainment, I believe at the time we passed the last revisions to the adult entertainment bylaw, as Mr. Hurlovich says, there were the areas identified, industrial areas, but I believe the CN lands were taken out of that, if memory serves me correctly.
Okay. I have Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I'm definitely going to support what this council feels and the moving forward, because I've read this report very carefully, and here we are in economic downturn or hold. But it says here on page 5, it was the consultant's view that the existing outlet mall on Lundy's Lane cannot support all the stores that wish to locate in Niagara Falls, as the mall has no expansion capacity. And this particular mall that you're talking about could approximately hire 600 people. I know for a fact many people leave Niagara Falls to go shopping out of area. So why are we letting them leave? We must keep everybody here and keep work here, and we must move forward. So thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I omitted in my notes previously that, and I see several people here from some of the public meetings that were held previously, and through you to probably Mr. Hurlovich or Mr. Brady, what kind of protection do the industrial I know we heard about specialty cast metals, but the other existing industrial uses there objected to the fact that anything would change. They want to know where they stand with respect to their properties. Can you give them assurance that everything that exists at the present time on their property will not change, and they have the opportunity to exist and to expand in their existing locations?
Mr. Hurlovich?
I don't have the draft policies in front of me, but that wasn't, my recollection is that that wasn't precisely what was going to happen. There was going to be recognition for Niagara Energy, that's in the old provincial crane building, and for the Canadian Specialty Castings to be recognized specifically as heavy industrial uses that would be allowed to continue in the light industrial zone that was proposed, but not necessarily some of the other industries that are in that area. They didn't come out to the public meetings and express any interest in continuing.
Oh, no, excuse me, through your worship, they did come out to the public meetings, and there was a great deal of concern expressed, and I don't know whether Mr. La Rosa wants to express his opinion, but he was there, and I'm sure he is here tonight to make sure that his property and what he wants to do with it in the future from an industrial point of view, that he has the opportunity and the ability to carry on.
Mr. Hurlovich?
Your Worship, I apologize to Councillor Thompson. I wasn't at the public meetings. That was my understanding. Certainly the policies to date haven't been written that way, but certainly we could examine them to make sure that those active uses could continue. I'm not sure whether, I guess I'd like a little clarification. Something like the old Burgess battery plant, is that something we would want to see it continue as a heavy industrial site, or we want to see that move towards light industrial? So that there are certain abandoned industrial sites that I would like to think we would want to move in the direction of cleaning up and
well, I have no difficulty with that, but I think there are some existing uses there that certainly would like to. What do you classify as a heavy industrial?
Well, a paving plant would definitely be a heavy industrial use.
Okay, well, that's the one I'm talking
Yes.
about, and I'm sure that Mr. LaRosa doesn't want to be moving out of there or have pressure to move, and even if he acquires additional land, I'm sure that he would want the ability to have that expansion. So hopefully any motion that is made would certainly take that into consideration.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of amendments, Your Worship, that I'm hearing here tonight. The amendment that we recognize existing industry and its right to A, remain, and B, expand, and then the aspect that Ms. Rose spoke to, that the existing houses, and Councillor Wing as well, the existing houses also be recognized. So those are definite amendments that probably should be specifically addressed in the motion.
Okay, hopefully that's documented and that could be included in the motion.
Yes, and Councillor Pietrangelo, you have a comment for that point?
I did, Your Worship. I was going to ask about the ability for specialty captains to be able to expand as well as some other businesses, but just ensuring the plans that they will right away.
So are you satisfied with the response?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions by the members of council of Mr. Brady, those present? And having seen none, the actual public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. In the pleasure of council. Councillor Ioannoni, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that council approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for the SciTech area and the Glenview area, including the proposed tourist serving retail outlet mall on land south of Buttrey and east of Victoria Avenue, absent the peer market review.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm going to just add it in just to cover our bases. And I'd also like to include, it would now be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 as opposed to 2 to 7, because I'm going to add one more point. 2 more. They handed us their recommendations 2 to 6. Because I've made 2 recommendations, it will be 3 to 7. So under number 2, that council approve the proposed, that's already on there, the proposed official plan amendment for the proposed addition of a tourist commercial outlet by Crosslink Bridge Corporation of Buttrey Street. Dean, I'm crossing some of theirs because it's already in our motion, but I'm going to read it as it's on here. And that number 3, that the official plan amendment for the proposed addition of a tourist commercial outlet mall by Crosslink Bridge Corporation in the Buttrey area be brought forward to council for adoption at its next meeting. Just correct me where I'm duplicating, that the following adoption of the proposed official plan amendment for the proposed addition of a tourist commercial outlet mall by Crosslink Bridge Corporation in the Buttrey Street area, that the region be requested to approve the official plan amendment as soon as possible. And this is where I'm changing theirs. Under 5, that council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the proposed addition of a tourist commercial outlet mall by Crosslink Bridge Corporation in the Buttrey area, and I've taken out their subject to a peer review market study. That planning staff bring forward to council the proposed zoning bylaw amendments for the proposed addition of a tourist commercial outlet mall by Crosslink Bridge Corporation in the Buttrey Street area as soon as possible, and in any event no later than May 4th, 2009. And under the new ones, I'm going to let Councillor Wing take this because she printed it for me and I cannot read it, but this is in the motion.
Just a question, Councillor, item number 3, you talked about, talks about the next meeting. We're talking about April 20th, possibly. We heard that from the planner. You want to amend your motion just to include that? Item number 3, the last word says
sure. No
next
problem.
meeting.
Yeah, if you could amend that to that.
Have that read April 20th, is that correct?
Correct. And under the new motion, that a ragged boundary with land south of Buttrey currently being used as residential, zoned residential, and the balance of land between Ferguson and Buttrey zoned prestige industrial with special recognition of specialty castings. And I can't read that.
And the final one is that area residents be invited to be involved in the site plan process.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Ioannoni.
It is.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, and could you include my comments with the existing industry, that they be?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's just qualify. You did say the existing industry already. But
that was.
Did you want to talk?
They said existing industry and specialty casting, so it was covered. I thought so in those motions.
Do you want to talk about them being active? Was that one way of active? Active industry?
Yeah.
Is that satisfactory?
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
no
fine.
problem.
Yeah, thank you. And I was going to second it, yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay,
I'll second it.
I was acknowledging Councillor Thompson to second it. Okay. Now, are there any questions with regard to the motion? I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Motion is unanimous. Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Ioannoni?
As per Mr. Hurlovich's request, I'd ask that staff bring back a review report on a review of our peer market study policy, because if we're going to throw it out that quickly, maybe it's something we don't even need, and maybe we should take a stronger look at it.
Moved by Councillor Ioannoni, seconded by Councillor Wing. Any comments about that motion? Having seen none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Mr. Brady, and those involved. Mr. Clerk, could you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a tourist home at 4001 Weaver Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, February 20th, 2009, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
And once again, I'm going to ask the Director of Planning to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Hurlovich.
Thank you, Worship. This proposal involves the property on Weaver Road and Willoughby, just west of Willoughby Drive. The land is largely surrounded by agricultural uses and some rural residential properties. The applicant is currently constructing a large house on the property. I apologize, the site plan's a little difficult to read. It includes some topographical lines. The property is quite hilly, going down toward Ushers Creek. But you can see a speckled area. This is the driveway leading into the property from Weaver Road. There's an existing building there with garage underneath and service building. They're building a brand new house, and there's a garage at the north end of that building. The property is 22.9 acres in size. It's currently zoned rural in part and conservation open space in part. The applicant wishes to use 4 bedrooms in the house for tourists as part of a bed and breakfast. The lands are designated for the most part good general agriculture, and the Ushers Creek portion is designated environmental protection. The good general agricultural designation provides for bed and breakfast establishments up to 6 rooms. These establishments are to be operated by a permanent resident living in the dwelling and would be regulated through the zoning bylaw. I think we can skip this part. The zoning for the property is rural. They wish to add the use of 4 bedrooms for the tourist uses. The conservation space that applies to Ushers Creek would not be affected by this zoning. There is sufficient parking area to accommodate at least 6 cars outside. There is a garage that can accommodate 3 vehicles, so parking is not an issue with this particular proposal. Therefore, we find that the application is submitted complies with the intent and purpose of the official plan. The agricultural environment components of the property will not be impacted, and the sewage system is of sufficient size to accommodate the tourist home. Therefore, we are recommending to Council that they approve the zoning bylaw amendment application to permit the existing dwelling to be used for a tourist home with a maximum of 4 bedrooms for tourists. Those are the highlights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. And once again, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 34, subsection 19 of the Planning Act. At this time, Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter. Is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter? Once again, is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak? Having seen none, and Council will now hear from the applicant or his representative. Good evening, sir. Any comments for us? You're Mr. Landry?
I'm Mr. Landry. I reside at 4001 Weaver Road, and I'm building a bed and breakfast.
Good. Are there any questions of Mr. Landry by members of council? Guess not. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Landry. Appreciate that. At this time, then, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. The pleasure of council. Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Fisher. Any comments or questions? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, would you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to recognize an existing parking area at 4256 Portage Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, February 20th, 2009, and by posting a sign in the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
And once again, I'm going to ask the Director of Planning to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Hillovich.
Yes, Your Worship. This is actually a housekeeping matter that's being brought forward by staff. I'm going to actually speak to this slide because it actually depicts the area quite well. The building in question is the medical building on the east side of Portage Road, just at Gallinger Road. It's immediately north of the Pontiac dealership. There's a small apartment building to the north, a couple of houses on Carroll Avenue, and there's an industrial building to the west or east side of the property. You can see the lands here are actually just a very small triangular-shaped piece of land behind the medical building. And again, here's the site plan for the entire site, and it's the area that's outlined in black. These lands have been used for parking for some time, and have been associated with this medical building as a parking lot. The lands involved are 0.3 of an acre. The whole of the property is 1.4 acres. It is a medical clinic, as I've stated. The majority of the lands are designated major commercial. Part of the lands are industrial. That's the part where the parking lot is that we're dealing with. However, the official plan does contain policies that say that there can be minor boundary adjustments without amending the plan when they don't follow specific land use features such as railway tracks, roads, creeks. And so we do have the ability to deem these lands as being major commercial, and therefore the zoning would comply. The bulk of the lands are zoned general commercial. The little triangular area is zoned light industrial, and the proposal is to change it from light industrial to general commercial. And the two parcels would be merged, and the parking would be then considered part of the required parking for the development. So we have concluded that the proposal does comply with the intent and purpose of the official plan. The extension of the general commercial to the whole of the lands will recognize the property in the way that has been already used for a number of years. As I said, it's a housekeeping matter, and the two parcels will be merged and treated as one for zoning purposes. Therefore, we're recommending that Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to recognize the existing parking lot and zone those lands as general commercial.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hillovich. And once again, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 34, subsection 19 of the Planning Act. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this matter? Once again, is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? And for the third time, is there anyone who wishes to speak to this matter? Having seen none, we've already heard from the applicant and Mr. Hillovich. At this point, any questions from members of council? Councillor Maves?
Yes, I have a question, Your Worship. Are those city-owned lands?
Mr. Hillovich?
The applicant is City of Niagara Falls.
Excuse me, Your Worship, The applicant is the City of Niagara Falls. This is we're doing it as a housekeeping matter. This was part of our doctor recruitment program, and so this is part and parcel of a matter that we're assisting with that medical facility. But no, they're not city-owned lands. They are privately owned. They are owned by the medical clinic.
No, my only concern was if it's city-owned lands and their parking spots are going to charge you for parking, the city should reap the benefits of the parking rather than, but it's the tenants of their land.
It's their land. Yeah, there are some additional lands along the south side that are city lands that are under lease to the applicant, and we do collect revenue for those lands.
Okay. Councillor Thompson?
You have to have a medical doctor that you attend there on a regular basis. This was under the ownership of a previous landlord. It was transferred to another out-of-town individual. This piece of land was separate from the larger piece. As a result, there was insufficient parking to look after the people in the medical clinic. It's a gated parking lot which you pay to get into, like most medical facilities. This is just making sure, because there was a transfer of the land from the previous owner to this owner after a lot of negotiations. In fact, the council made a decision to lease the lands in the old NS&T railway line to the side to try to compensate for some of the parking issues, but this will finalize the issue and provide suitable parking for the whole property. It's just a house cleaning matter, and this should resolve the problem.
Are there any other comments from members of council? Questions? And having seen none, then the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. In the pleasure of council. Moved by Councillor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councillor Fisher. Any further discussion to the motion? Having seen none, all those in favor? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Members of council, I have some comments this evening. I'd like to begin by offering condolences to Cindy Braille of our Municipal Works Department on the passing of her stepfather, Mr. Fausto Simonera. Fausto was a retired city employee as well. And to Brenda Jordans of Niagara Falls Transit on the loss of her mother, Winifred White. Our thoughts go out to their families as they grieve the loss of their loved ones. And once again, we have more shocking and sad news from Afghanistan this week. We are deeply saddened to hear the loss of Corporal Tyler Crooks. Corporal Crooks was a native of Shirkston and a well-rounded community life, and had a well-rounded community life in Niagara. He grew up playing hockey and played for the Port Colborne Sailors Junior Bees. He was to be married to Miss Kelly Maxwell, the Canada Customs agent working on the international border at the Rainbow Bridge, and also the daughter of Alex Maxwell and granddaughter of Scotty Maxwell, who are two business people in our city. We offer our deepest sympathy to the family of Corporal Tyler Crooks, and we owe him a debt certainly of gratitude for his service to our country. And this time we're still awaiting further details with regard to the upcoming funeral services. You may know that you have received at your desk this evening a copy of the yellow ribbon with the Canadian flag, which honors those who've given their lives and remembers those fallen soldiers in Afghanistan. I'd like to continue by highlighting some positive events that are coming in our community this next couple of weeks. We are pleased to support Earth Hour once again this year. Councillor Diodati has been working diligently to encourage businesses, residents, and community organizations to participate and to turn out their lights on Saturday, March 28th at 8:30 p.m. for 1 hour. Last year we had a number of partners on board, and this year we hope that there are many more in our city who will take the lead and turn out the lights. Remember, this Saturday, 8:30 to 9:30, we ask of business, we ask you to conserve energy at your homes and places of business. And for more information, you can click on to the Earth Hour link on the City of Niagara Falls website. The Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee is once again hosting their Battle of the Bands, where young musicians compete for the title of the best band in front of their peers. This year, the event is being held on Thursday, April 2nd at the Optimus Club. And once again, tickets can be purchased from youth representatives at each of the 5 high schools and through my office at City Hall. And certainly best wishes go out to all this year's talented bands. And the 6th annual Niagara Falls Family Literacy event will take place at the McBain Community Center on Saturday, April 4th. And this is always such a successful event in our community, and we look forward to it. An exceptional turnout of many young people again this year. Thank you to the many volunteers that have given their time to make this important event happen again this year. Also, the Two Hearts in Motion fundraiser will take place at Our Lady of Peace Hall on Saturday, April 4th at 7:30 p.m. in support of Park Niagara. I certainly encourage everyone to attend. With us this evening, members of council, we have our Fire Chief Lee Smith, who's here to report on the dramatic rescue efforts by the Niagara Falls Fire Department and Niagara helicopters at the base of the falls on the Niagara River that occurred recently. I'd like to emphasize our acknowledgement of the bravery and the skill of those involved in saving an individual's life. I hope to have a suitable presentation in the near future to recognize those individuals involved in this successful operation. So I'm going to introduce Chief Smith to make the presentation. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Worship, members of council, staff, and residents. I want to give you a brief report on the river rescue that occurred on March 11th, earlier this month. I'd like to also attempt to show council how we can perform these rescues safely. Approximately 2:15 p.m., a distraught person entered the water in the upper Niagara River just above the falls and was witnessed going over the falls. He quickly surfaced and was seen moving in the water down below. We received the first call for a medical assistance call at Table Rock House, so we dispatched vehicles to that location, which obviously was the wrong location. So about 2 minutes later, we received a more accurate update, and we dispatched additional vehicles to the base of Clifton Hill, where we had access to the Maid of the Mist ramp. Now, in this picture, the main flow of the river travels downstream from the falls in this direction, but this area over in here is almost like a backwater area where the flow comes back this way against the current, and then as it moves back out again, it starts to go in a circular pattern like this. And this is where this person was caught in the flow. There were some small icebergs in that area, and seemed to go in that pattern. So the Niagara Parks Police were very critical in helping us to get the proper access to the right location, which was right down by the pump house, and we started to set up our operations from there. Setting up our operations meant that we got our water rescue personnel ready to go, and they basically would suit up in their protective suits and get ready to enter the water at the water's edge. And we had to have a minimum of 4 people ready to do that in order to provide a safe operation. In the meantime, a loud hailer was being used to try and get the man's attention and bring him to swim closer over to the shore, which he was refusing to comply with and actually moving further out into the water. At that point in time, Rudy Hafen and Niagara helicopters with some Niagara Parks Police on board swooped down into the area and were trying to assist the person. They made numerous attempts to have the person grab onto the lasso that you can see in the picture, and he just refused. His situation was becoming more and more dire at that time because he was losing consciousness and also losing all the use of his limbs. I was lucky that he was still floating at that point. So Rudy, being the good helicopter pilot that he was, got close down to the water and started to use the rotor wash from the helicopter to push him closer towards shore. And he was still in that cyclic motion, and he started to head to a point where we were almost adjacent to where he was floating. So at this point, it was very critical. And we gave the go to our water rescue team, who quickly entered the water. And again, he was in the closest location, was probably 30 to 50 meters offshore at this point. And we had one person enter the water. He was on a lifeline. He's wearing a helmet, nice commander dry suit, a life jacket, and also tied to a harness that is manned by personnel on shore. As he approached the victim, normally there's caution that's used, but in this particular case, he was almost at the unconscious stage. And once a quick assessment was done, our rescuer basically grabbed him from behind and held on to him, gave the signal to the shore, and he was pulled in through his through the rope. And this is what they're trained to do. Once they got on shore, there was about a 40-meter embankment that was very steep that we had to use some high-angle techniques to bring the victim up on a steel cage basket that we use. And once we got him up to the top, there were many interested rescuers to make sure that we were doing everything we could for him. At this point, the victim was passed off to EMS, who then quickly started to deal with the hypothermic situation that he was in and to some of his injuries. And they put him in the ambulance and took him to GNGH to the final destination for the chain of patient care. Actually, with this particular case, the man was reported to be doing very well as far as the river rescue is concerned. And I just wanted to show you a couple of different rescues that we've had over the past short while. Last year, in the canal, we had another rescue that was very difficult because of the steep gradient on the sides of the slope and the vertical and actually concave nature of the canal walls. We had a very difficult rescue. The person's sitting right down in this area here, and I don't even know how he got up on that location, let alone stayed there. So we had to get down, put him in a harness, and then bring him back up again. There's very treacherous footing in that location again, and it's very labor intensive, and that's what our personnel are trained for. And again, they had him in a basket, and we're taking him up the side to medical care. In 2002, we had a car that vaulted off the Grand Island roadway into the water. And this quickly became a recovery situation. But we have our 2 water rescue boats from Station 4 that deal with the Upper River and the Welland River and the Chippewa Creek, and can provide rescue from shore-based in-water rescue as well as boat rescue from those locations. There are many agencies that we dealt with on this particular one, including the Fort Erie Fire Department and the American Coast Guard. We used the river control from OPG to lower the water level about 18 inches. And they did that in about 25 minutes to help us find the car quicker. And about 5 years ago, a couple of our firefighters took the task on to evaluate all of our fast-flowing water in the Niagara Falls area. And one of the most challenging areas is the canal with the very steep banks. Someone goes in, they have a very fast-flowing water to deal with, as well as no access points for a long distance. So they used various means to be able to identify the travel distance and the time that it would take for a person to float to a place where we could get them. So they contacted OPG and started to work with them, and this is the result. We have 2 very large anchor points on either side of the canal, and this is just north of Whirlpool Road at what they call a trapezoid. So there's 2 large concrete anchors that are joined by a cable that run diagonally across the canal, and there's a net, a rescue net that you can see that can be stretched between there to catch victims, so that once they hit that net, they then move along the diagonal cable with ropes being pulled on either end to safety. And that limits the amount of in-water time that the fire department has to spend doing the rescues. So I just wanted to say that our personnel are trained very well to deal with water rescues within the city. And some of the agencies, I just want to list a few that we partner with very closely. And that's Niagara Regional Police, the Niagara Parks Police, Ontario Power Generation, Niagara Helicopters, Niagara Jet Boats, St. John's Water Patrol, Niagara EMS, Coast Guards, and many other emergency agencies that respond with us. And so that's how we can safely perform our job on these types of rescues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I know that we always want to acknowledge the skill and bravery of our safety personnel, and certainly we respect their talent, their ability, and training, and the expertise that they have in these emergency situations. So we would like you to give our thanks and appreciation to those involved directly. But as I said, we'll try to set up a council meeting at a future date to acknowledge the bravery of some of the individuals who should be acknowledged for their outstanding efforts. So we do appreciate that. And I do have questions from members of council. Councilor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Chief Smith. It was a real proud moment to watch that on CNN, Good Morning America, the Today Show. It became front page news all over the world. Our guys are beyond brave. What we do here is not important when we watch what you are doing there. But my question is, police services often have bravery awards or accommodation awards for outstanding citizens that help. Rudy at Niagara Helicopters is a resource you couldn't do without. Have we ever, as a councillor, as a fire service, given him an award? Because I'd really like to see us bring him in. I watched him on the news that day, and I had been coming over the Peace Bridge with the wind at 100 kilometers an hour blowing my car back and forth on the Peace Bridge, and can't imagine how he kept that helicopter over that gentleman with those winds. I mean, we really need to bring him in and congratulate and thank him, because when he retires, that's a resource you're going to be lost without.
Yes, Councillor, he has exceptional talent, and we want to acknowledge that, and the Chief and I will have that discussion. But, Chief, do you want to elaborate a little further, please?
Yes, Your Worship. Rudy and Niagara helicopters have been just amazing. They're an invaluable resource that we could, as Councillor Iannone stated, we could never afford. And he does this out of the goodness of his heart because he's community-minded. He has been recognized by the fire department. We've actually made him an honorary firefighter. And he's also been up for some awards based on his recent actions as well.
Yes. And we hope to have him come back yet, so we'll do that. So thank you again, Chief. We appreciate the update and our best to all those brave personnel. Move on to communications and comments from the City Clerk. First item is Mr. Brian Sinclair request for Council to reconsider its decision to support the recommendation to appeal the Committee of Adjustment decision at 6341 Schistler Road. Mr. Clerk, do you wish to make some comments, please?
Yeah, briefly, Your Worship. At the last meeting, Mr. Sinclair was here on this item. He referred to a correspondence that we didn't have. It had been misplaced, so it wasn't part of your agenda package at the time. And arguably, an argument could be made that his client might have been prejudiced. It was a close vote of 5-4 at the last meeting, and therefore we felt it was only right to bring back the correspondence so Council could at least see it. Whether Council wants to reconsider its decision, that's up to Council.
In the process, Mr. Clerk, for qualification for reconsideration?
You can make a motion for reconsider. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to change your final decision, but it allows you to debate the matter.
And the required vote to require is 2/3?
Just a majority.
Majority vote? Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Thompson, Councillor Fisher.
Make a motion to reconsider.
And second.
Okay, we have a motion before us by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Fisher to reconsider. And any questions by members of Council? Having seen none, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? We have 2 opposed. Okay, we have a motion to consider has been passed. And would you like to make further comment then, Mr. Sinclair? Would you like to come forward, please?
Your Worship, members of Council, I'll be lengthy. I would just say that what we did on this zone, this was a 4-2 decision of the Committee of Adjustment. And what we said to them, look, we'll rezone the severed parcel for agricultural use only with no dwellings. So in other words, the property will remain as is. Your official plan says there's no severances to create lots in for residential dwellings. Well, we're not creating a lot for residential dwellings. We're actually, we've agreed, and we'd have to come back to Council to rezone this for agricultural purposes only. It's been done in Niagara-on-the-Lake. It was done in 2008. And the material I gave you indicates that. And it was very, very similar, I think, to this situation. There's no adverse effect to the city, to the province, or to the region. And in my opinion, I wouldn't bring an application to the Committee of Adjustment if I thought it was wrong for the city. And certainly this isn't wrong. The status quo is maintained. There's no harm in it. And that's why your Committee of Adjustment granted it a 4-2 decision.
Okay. Are there any questions of Mr. Sinclair? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sinclair. Members of Council, we have reconsidered this matter. Pleasure of Council. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, just for clarification through you to Mr. Hurlovich. We had this discussion before, and I think there are unusual circumstances with respect to the additional information we got with this application. But what is the concern with respect to nothing is going to change? This is going to be an agricultural piece of property and a residence that is existing. If we can be assured, and if that's the recommendation from planning, and that's going to be set aside as agricultural property, what concern do we really have here?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Well, what in essence is being created is a 12-acre parcel that is was the farmhouse. I realize it was not the farmhouse. The property has been farmed. The current owners have had it for about 6 years. The house is relatively new, but they got a building permit on the 52-acre parcel by virtue of there being no house there. they're actually severing off the house, and in essence, that becomes a non-farm residential property. So in essence, it is contrary to provincial policy, regional policy, and local policy. I appreciate what Mr. Sinclair is saying, and in fact, the province actually provides for agricultural purposes only zoning when two farms merge. The idea being that two farms merge, there are two farmhouses, one of the farmhouses is surplus, you then convey that house, you zone the balance of the land agricultural purposes only. That's the time that you use that provision. This is not quite that situation.
I understand that, but under the circumstances where there are some legal and estate concerns here, is this, are we not going to end up with the same situation? That you're going to have a vacant piece of agricultural land and a residential house on the same piece of property?
At best, it's unorthodox. I think it's illegal, but...
Yeah. Okay. I'd make the motion that we... pardon me? That we don't appeal, yes.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Fisher to not appeal the process, to withdraw the appeal. And I will entertain comments. Councillor Iannone.
Well, that's a strong comment that it might be illegal. Is it illegal or isn't it illegal? Maybe through you to our lawyer.
Mr. Beeman?
Well, the issue would be, as far as legality is concerned, taking actions that aren't sanctioned by the official plan. Section 24 of the Planning Act provides the municipality is not supposed to take any actions with respect to these types of matters that don't comply with its own official plan. It's one of the limitations of the official plan and one of the purposes it serves.
Okay, any other comments from members of council? We'll call the vote. All those in favor?
I have a recorded vote.
Certainly. Recorded vote.
You heard the motion, which is to withdraw the appeal on the committee of withdraw the appeal to the Committee of Adjustment decision for 6341 Shishler Road. Councillor Diodati.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Iannone.
Opposed.
Councillor Carrio.
For.
Councillor Maves.
For.
Councillor Peter Angelo. Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Wing.
Opposed.
Mayor Selsey.
At 4.
Passes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sinclair. Move on to the next item on the agenda, the Downtown BIA request for council to approve the annual BIA budget. The clerk wishes to make some comments.
Through your worship, as council's aware, a downtown steering committee was struck. That committee met before this meeting and made a recommendation supporting the approval of the BIA budget. The BIA will be making a presentation, and there may be deputations by those opposed to the increase in the BIA levy.
Okay. Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to ask for any comments. Could I have a show of hands, please, for those who wish to speak in opposition? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in opposition? We have a couple. Okay. And those in favor? Are there a number of those people? Okay. Thank you. Then we'll have those in opposition come first, please. Could you come forward, please? Just adhere to the 10-minute limit. Any of those who wish to speak, please come forward. Identify yourself, if you would. Come to the podium. Thank you, sir. Yes, one moment, please. Yes, Councillor Iannone.
The committee of council for the downtown committee that you formed, how many of council members were there prior to this meeting, the one that you had today?
Today we had 4, let me see, 1, 2, 4 councillors.
So I just need to understand correctly. 4 members of council in that committee have already approved the approval of the downtown BIA budget? Did I understand that? I don't...
No, that's not correct.
Okay, then...
This would be no different than Park and the City putting a recommendation forward for council to consider. That's the same in this case.
And do our councillors vote down there?
On the recommendation.
On the recommendation.
So council votes there, and then you re-vote again here?
Well, we make a recommendation to send it to council. It's this council's decision to proceed or not proceed.
Okay.
Good evening, sir. Could you identify yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Bert McCaddy, 499 Valley Way, Niagara Falls, and I'm here to represent the property on 4342 Queen Street. I'm speaking on behalf of the owners and the management.
Is that next door, sir?
Yes, that's next door.
Thank you.
Yeah. We were not very pleased with how this was approached because we were not really notified in due time to get our facts together. And at the last meeting, the meeting of the BIA, when we were there, this was approved somehow. And somehow I think it's going to affect us greatly with the levies which are to be proposed there as far as the taxes and other fees which have to be paid out. Therefore, I'm just here to say on behalf of the company, if I represent that we're definitely opposed to this going forward. Yeah.
And sir, are you representing the property management firm that represents the owner?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and were you at the meeting, at the BIA annual meeting that night?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said you weren't notified of which then? I'm sorry?
We're not notified in due time, so we can make opposition to this proposal. We presented a letter there at the time and from the company, and it says, please be advised that we strongly oppose the proposed increase of the BIA levy. Secondly, we are very disappointed that we were not officially informed or notified about this matter in due time.
Okay, well, we'll try to get that point addressed. Is there anything else, sir, you'd like to, any comments you want to make?
No, that's about all
Okay.
I have to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak in opposition? Please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Ted Salsi and members of council. My name is Sal DiPietro. I'm here to represent my partners and I with regards to the ownership and or management of 8 buildings on Queen Street. But before I say anything on the BIA levy assessment, I'd just like to thank City Council for approving the CIP a couple of years ago. As you probably, some of you know me, that we're diehards when it comes to downtown revitalization, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that the CIP and the grants that were issued did inspire numerous landlords to improve their facades and perhaps roofs and other mechanical structures in their buildings. And we're proof of 2 buildings that we did rehabilitate, not with all the money from CIP. We put a lot more of our own. And I noticed a few other landlords who are doing that, and I'm very proud for City Council having the wisdom to approve certain funds, a couple $100,000, $240,000, I think I remember. So thank you for that. But the main reason I'm here tonight is with regards to the budget that was presented on February 17th, 2009. Now, I'm not here tonight to oppose in any way the good work that Historic Niagara and especially Mordecai Grun is doing in trying to revitalize downtown. There is no absolute reason why I would be opposing. It's like cutting my hand off because we are owners of downtown properties, and he's doing a fairly good job in revitalizing and obtaining tenants, as was mentioned here earlier tonight. But I am here, on the other hand, to oppose the proposed BIA levy that was passed due to the obtuse amount of the increase. It just didn't make sense to me. And unfortunately, on February 17th, I did write a letter opposing such increase, but that was the day that my mother passed away, and I couldn't attend that night. This $500 budget represents a 175% increase over the 2008 budget of $180,000, the $500,000, and over a 725% increase over the $60,000 budget that BIA had 5-6 years ago. And my concern is that the purpose or mandate of any BIA in Ontario is to promote and beautify. $500,000 is a whole lot of advertising and beautifying. I would personally find it difficult to justify a budget of $250,000 for a downtown BIA, and I do many budgets for condos and other things, and having said in the BIA a few years ago when we worked with $60,000 and then jumped to $180,000, I assure you that the mandate, as it's spelled out, is more than sufficient. $180,000, in my opinion, is more than sufficient to do a lot of promoting and beautification of downtown. Now, BIAs are not meant to develop properties or hire promoters and other staff to justify the renting and filling in of vacancies. I've been doing this for the past 16 years downtown. Out of the 13 commercial properties that we own, 12 are rented, be it that the 12 we're charging very nominal rental fee of about an average of $5.40 a square foot. But even at this nominal rent that we charge our commercial tenants, in most cases we pay the heat. So to keep these doors open, we are charging very moderate square footage rates. We don't pass on business taxes. We don't pass on increases in property taxes that are coming up soon. But this $10,000 increase to us, as an example, I mean, we can survive it, but the $10,000 increase from $4,500 to $14,500 for us, for example, this increase, we have to sort of pass it down to our commercial tenants. We really, we cannot absorb at that rate, as you can imagine. We might as well just give them away free, which has been attempted to be done for 6-month periods, but then you still have to pay one day the landlord in order to keep things going. So, $10,000 is not a big increase. We could survive it, but maybe next year will be $1 million. And who's going to stop them? I would stop anybody in the BIA if they have that mind, because most of the people in the BIA, whether they have one property or not, maybe can afford the increase that's being taken this year and maybe next year. But we're just concerned. I'm just concerned on the rationale that this increase is sort of bizarre and doesn't make sense, and for what the mandate of a BIA is in generalities. And I realize there's been a lot of festivals done in the past, and they cost a fortune, but is this what we need downtown? Like spending hundreds of thousands to try to promote tenants? I think there's a better way of doing it without using BIA monies and landlords' monies that was not meant for that purpose. So I conclude by asking Council not to approve the downtown BIA budget as presented for the reason I've explained. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ioannoni.
Mr. DiPietro, can I ask you a question? Sure. I was really glad to get your letter and your objection and Mr. Tartaglia's, because we haven't always agreed on the approach for the downtown.
Yes,
and I'm also very glad to see that you're appreciative of the CIP grants and loans, because there's not one of us around this table who have voted against one, because we want to see that be positive for you. But as I read every objection that we've gotten, and there's been many, many, I read this as having the opposite effect. This can actually drive people, those of you that have tenants in the downtown, by having to drag that increase down to your actual tenant in this economy. I didn't see it as something positive. I saw it as something that might end up actually costing you tenants. Is that a real risk that we run with this increase?
Well, the old Greek philosophy, everything in moderation, nothing in excess. Now, this increase to me is a complete excess, in my humble opinion. Now, there'll be others saying that it's needed to keep downtown alive. In my rationale, it does not make sense, and that's all I have to say about it. I don't want to go in details because, as I said, I'm in favor 100% with what Mordecai Grun and is in charge of Historic Niagara is doing. Nothing against what they're doing in trying to develop downtown and fill in their own properties, but I just don't think that the BIA is part of trying to fill 65 other properties. Let's all work together and do what the BIA mandate says. Nothing more, nothing less.
Thank you very much, Mr. DiPietro. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Having seen none, then we'll move on to those in favor. Those in favor of speaking this evening? BIA has a presentation, I believe. Yes. Mr. Govan, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is David Govan. I'm owner-operator of the Camera Place on Queen Street, and I've been here now 20 years. And I must say that when I first moved here, I thought that Queen Street was a gold mine waiting to happen. And boy, for 15 years, it just went steadily down and down and down. I thought, when's it going to end? And finally, this summer, I think we started to round the corner, and things are really starting to come up. And I can see that if we let off the gas now, we're just going to slip back into obscurity again. So I'm all in favor of let's put the pedal to the metal and make this puppy sing. This is just like a giant plaza that we have here. And any plaza requires maintenance and steering and marketing is a huge cost. And if you haven't done any advertising lately, just try it. It's enormous, and we need the moolah. And it has to be a team effort, and I want this to go through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Please, order, please. Thank you. Now, do we have a presentation by the VIA this evening? Please come forward. Mr. Grun.
If I touch this computer, that's it for the evening for sure. We'd just like to start this presentation talking a little bit about last year and what happened last year, what took place last year. Not everybody that's here is aware of what took place last year, and what our thinking is and what our strategy is in terms of the downtown going forward. Last year, in 2008, the downtown absorbed approximately 36,000 new square feet of new tenants. The downtown attracted tenants that other people would have predicted was absolutely impossible to bring to the downtown. I can tell this council with certainty that there's no marketing study in the world that would have ever predicted that Balzac's coffee from the distillery district is going to be moving into our downtown. And there's no marketing study in the world that would have predicted that the elite, the best of the best in terms of Canadian artists, would move from places such as Niagara on the Lake to our downtown. People such as John Newby and Edward Spira, that world-class chefs would move into our downtown. The region's only Gold Seal certified chef opened up a restaurant in Midday Bistro. That world-class designers would be moving downtown, such as Jamie Nesbitt from the Butterfly Gallery, who, on top of his amazing design work, is actually currently producing a series for global television on design, and already has booked 2 episodes beginning in July that will be highlighting some of the activities that are going on in the downtown. When we look at these tenants, there is no way that we can compare these tenants to any other tenant. The people that are here are not working behind the counter. They're not working behind a food court. The people that are here are living their life's dreams. They're investing their lives, and they are defining who we are as a people. This is not a mass marketing giant. This is who we are and who we represent as Canadians that make us proud to be Canadian. Every single store, even though it may only be 1,000 square feet, has the life and emotions and money invested of different tenants, some of which that are here, investing in our downtown and believing that we can make this miracle happen. Go ahead. Here's just some images of some of the locations that moved in here. Now, I could speak to each of these tenants, but council has had a long evening, and I don't think that that would be appreciative. There has not been any downtown in the history of Canada or the United States or the world that we are aware of that has done all of this in 1 year. On top of that, our downtown went from doing no festivals to doing approximately 7 festivals, out of which we got funding from various levels of governments, grants, sponsorship, worth in excess of approximately $400,000 to $500,000. This brought the community out to the downtown in a big way and really, really highlighted the community spirit that exists in Niagara Falls, but has been bottled up and did not have a way to properly express itself. Now we're sitting in 2009, and we're talking about how do we go forward. Before we talk about going forward, I just want to address, last year approximately at this time, this was a slide, this was the main slide of our BIA presentation at our annual general meeting. And as everybody can tell, we didn't have much to talk about. And in our wildest dreams, nobody imagined that we're going to go from facade designs to doing over 20 facades on the street ourselves. On top of that, many other tenants did their facades as well. And nobody imagined that we are going to accomplish what has been accomplished. Right now, besides for those that we are in negotiations, and we are in negotiation right now of approximately an additional 10,000 square feet, there is roughly 60,000 additional square feet moving into the downtown. And we'll talk a little bit about these tenants, but as you can see, these tenants are larger in space, larger in investment, and larger in work and in world renown than the previous sheet that you have just seen, which basically means that the downtown is consistently attracting a better, higher quality business that really brings a unique perspective to our area. We have Taps Brewery moving from Niagara-on-the-Lake. Taps Brewery is a very unique local brewer who has very unique local products such as strawberry beer, vanilla beer, wine beer, and is really renowned in the area for their expertise in taking the things that are local about us and the produce from local farmers, whether it's peaches or strawberries or something else that is in season, and turning it into part of their experience. Taps Brewery is currently under construction, and Taps Brewery will have a unique restaurant and a unique tour experience where people can go view the brewery and taste their unique products and experience man's greatest invention, beer. So I would have loved to. Next time. We now move on to the Buttery. When we announced that the Buttery was moving to Niagara, when we announced that the Buttery was moving into the downtown, I was met with really severe disbelief. Many people actually thought that I finally lost it. Now, anybody that knows what we're going through to revitalize the downtown would actually believe that it would make sense and we would have lost it. But anyway, nobody can really believe that. And then some people finally said, oh, they must be opening up a second location. But no, they're not opening up a second location, and they're moving in to our downtown and occupying a space that is much larger than the space that they've been using in Niagara-on-the-Lake, and we'll be doing a bigger program and a more aggressive program right here in our downtown. Now, I think chocolate speaks for itself, because if beer is man's greatest invention, I think chocolate would be considered woman's greatest invention. And we have a unique chocolate shop moving into the downtown. We have a wedding museum moving into the downtown. It's currently almost completed. And the owner of this wedding museum actually owns probably Canada's and very possibly North America's largest collection of period gowns of weddings that took place in certain periods. We have Russell Interiors, They have designed some of the greatest movie stars' homes in the United States, and they're opening up right over here in our downtown with very, very unique artificial floral arrangements and different items, high-end items, and are going to be offering their design services to the people of Niagara Falls. We have Voices of Aboriginal Art exhibition, which will be an exhibition of authentic Aboriginal art, and we'll be selling Aboriginal art to people that come to Niagara Falls. And so that we can highlight our culture and really the foundation of our country, those that were here before us, in terms of their unique crafts. And that's something that I think visitors from all over the world really would like to see more of in Niagara Falls. We have a gourmet pizza and Italian pasta shop, and I think food speaks for itself, and they're currently under construction. They're going to be having a beautiful patio as well. And we are currently revitalizing the Seneca Theater, and we'll be opening up in June with our first Broadway production of the Cats Broadway musical. We have right now on our plans, and we can't promise, but we hope that this will come to fruition, programming of over 150 nights of theater in the downtown. And we have shows such as Narnia that we have already booked the rights for in the coming Christmas holiday season to basically program to the citizens of Niagara Falls. Now, when we talk about this theater, it's important for us to talk about some of the very, very unique things about this theater. One of the unique things about the theater is who are going to be the actors and actresses of this theater. They're going to be your children. They're going to be our children. They're going to be the people in this community. And this theater will behave as an incubator that incubates talent. And after the performers here having a success, they're going to move on to bigger shows and greater shows. And this is going to provide a real opportunity for the artistic and expression that is within our youth to have a real way to express itself, and for the downtown to incubate talent and to raise people up to the next level in the ladder of life. The function of a healthy downtown is that it raises people up to the next level of life, that it becomes a hub for the creative class, and it becomes a place where all sorts of creative people get together and build themselves up to the next level. And that's why Cirque du Soleil started as a bunch of street performers in Old Montreal. And the world-class designers in Miami started out, on the boardwalk of South Beach. And this is a real part of what the people of Niagara Falls really need in terms of how we can provide opportunity going forward. We were speaking about our challenges. Now, obviously we have the general economic climate, and it's not rosy. But anybody that talks about the recession in terms of the downtown obviously has not taken a walk down our streets. Our downtown has been in Great Depression mode for many years. This downtown has managed to do awful when everybody else has managed to do great. And if we've accomplished that, God willing, we're going to accomplish the reverse, that we're going to manage to do great while everybody else hopefully doesn't do awful, but we're going to be accomplishing great things. If somebody wanted to make a movie of what the Great Depression would look like, they would have came to this downtown only about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and taken a film of what it looks like. So the recession in our downtown is really, whether the economy goes up 3 or 4% is not going to be the deciding factor of whether this downtown is successful or not. We have challenges in terms of the length of the street. It's a very long street. It's very hard for people to walk the entire length of the street. We have challenges in the fact that the street still has holes or different places that are not animated. We have challenges with the perception. There are many people who still perceive the downtown as an ugly place. There are many people who still don't perceive it as the downtown. And so we have an issue with perception. We have challenges in the fact that the city of Niagara Falls, meaning the population of Niagara Falls, is not sufficient to support the type of activities that this street needs to do in order for it to be a vibrant street. This street needs to become the Canadian showcase of art and culture for the region and hopefully for Ontario and Canada in the future. We have the challenges that obviously Niagara Falls is a very competitive place. We have seasonal challenges. We have challenges in terms of sustainability. And we have challenges in terms of branding and just creating a great sense of place in which the street should look really beautiful because people want to walk down a beautiful street. There's this myth. A lot of people think that downtowns revitalize themselves. And there's one exception where downtowns do revitalize themselves, and that is in cities with tremendous populations of 2 or 3 million people, in which the urban core of the city is so overheated with office buildings and everything else, and around those office buildings are decrepit areas. And people have moved out of those decrepit areas and moved into the suburbs. And at some point when people have to drive an hour or an hour and a half to get to work, people start looking inwards and try to say, hey, you know, I'd rather live next to my office building. And they build big residential towers which eventually revitalizes the retail beneath it. But other than that exception, there is no such thing as downtowns that revitalize themselves. And as this council can appreciate, it could stay in disrepair for infinity, forever. It can be for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And the idea that it's somehow going to revitalize itself is just ridiculous. It doesn't happen, and any expert on downtown revitalization would tell us that. Also, there's this concept of like, well, it just starts and then it snowballs. Well, you know, guess what? Very often it starts and it doesn't snowball. And this is just an example of other locations that it just stalled, that they ran into problems and it just stalled. It does not necessarily snowball. It does not necessarily just go ahead and happen. So basically, that leaves us with a choice, and that choice really is either we're successful or we fail. This downtown, I can guarantee this council right now that this downtown is never going to be a ho-hum downtown. It's either going to be a monumental disaster or it's going to be a monumental achievement. The finances and the numbers in terms of the way the buildings over here operate guarantee that it's either going to go either way, and it's not just going to survive on its own. Go ahead. Now, what does the downtown intend to do with the money? There were various comments previously that we're taking part in activities that downtowns don't normally, that BIAs don't normally participate in. First of all, BIAs such as Collingwood have a similar budget to us. Other BIAs have budgets that are larger than us. And other BIAs in other areas of this city have participated in all sorts of creative ideas that have yielded us some really, really great achievements, such as the convention center. And BIAs, we are doing what typical BIAs do. And if there's anything that we're going to do that's more aggressive than what typical BIAs do, all power to us. So this is talking a little bit about some of the packages and things that we're going to be putting together as it relates to the downtown. We're going to have a romantic passport that we're going to market to the public. That's going to include dinner, dancing, chocolate, flowers, photos, wine. And this is going to go well with our wedding program that we are currently putting into place with the different providers of wedding services in the downtown, making the downtown a hub for weddings. We're going to have our theater and entertainment package that's going to package theater, dinner, and shopping discounts. We're going to have our art lovers package, giving tours of the galleries. Even right now, if somebody really wanted to do a proper tour of all the different galleries in the downtown, it would take you definitely an entire afternoon. And then, connect that with coffee and pastry or different prints. We're going to, and we're aggressively in the process of doing this with different providers in Niagara Falls, working on making this a capital of weddings and bringing together all the different services that are required for a wedding in one package and in one way so that people can have affordable weddings and great experiences together with their wedding party. And then we're just going to have an overall coupon program at different times of the year geared to different things, whether it's Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day, or the Christmas holiday shopping season, or the different things, what have you. We also have spoken with various hotels, and will continue to do so, on creating packages with hotels so that hotels can package together with our entertainment. So that between the Buttery and our theater, we already are going to have essentially 2 theaters in our downtown. And we are currently working actually on a 3rd theater. So it's very, very, very likely that in a short period of time from now, we're going to be able to offer a theater package with, say, an overnight stay or 2 overnight stay and 3 passes to the theater together with other interesting things. And this will help different hoteliers in these shoulder seasons when the hotels are not full and they have challenges, giving a reason. Why should people in Niagara Falls stay another night? Why should they, what's there to do in the evening? Why should I not drive back to Toronto if I came with my relative? Well, let's stay for the evening and let's watch some shows and let's do some entertainment. We're going to be working significantly with the local high schools and the local schools, which, by the way, in the past year have significantly taken part in many of the activities downtown, in getting them involved in the arts in the downtown. The downtown can be a real live lesson to them of what the real arts do, and what the creative class does, and what this involved and what this entails. Now, it's important when we talk a little bit about educational tours. I know that everybody over here is thinking about, so there's recession. We have a tough time. What are we going to do in this recession? Things are tight. Let's put in our belt and let's tighten our belt and let's be smart. But are the people of Niagara Falls asking themselves, what are your children going to be working on in this city in 10 years from now? What is the future of our city? If we do not create a place for creative people to work, for educated young people to have what to do here, this town will have absolutely nobody here other than retirees or, unfortunately, people that are working in very mundane, difficult, low-paying jobs. The future of the province of Ontario depends on this. Dalton McGuinty and the Liberals have recently hired U of T to do a study on what's the future of Ontario, and they all came back. They all said the future of Ontario is do whatever you can to get into creative industries, promote your creative class, whether it's entertainment, technology, videos, arts, or anything else, because otherwise you're competing with China and Korea. So if we want to be building engines here, we're going to be competing with some other place in Korea. But nobody's going to compete with us on the arts, and nobody's going to compete with us on the creative things that people do. And those are things that nobody else can import. We're going to be working, we already have worked significantly on our internet marketing. Our internet site actually gets quite a bit of traffic. As you can see, this is the most recent photo of our internet site. The Niagara Music Awards took place in the downtown yesterday, and it had a very large crowd, probably in total over a few hundred people. And it really was a great event with locals playing some really phenomenal music. We also have to pay, per click for Yahoo and Google. We have to build a ticket engine so that tickets can be sold online. We have to work with the different websites and obviously pay for them, whether Info Niagara or Niagara Tourism or different hoteliers or different things. And a proper internet strategy is expensive but really important because most consumers today, that's where they go. They go online to look for what they're doing. Go ahead. We have our media presence, which I think speaks for itself. We're going to be going to trade shows to bring bus tours and to sort of put us into packages that give people a reason to come here. And we're going to create a spring and summer that's full of events and mini events. And we're just going to briefly go through some of the events that we have planned right now. We obviously are going to have a food festival, which was a great home run and a great success last year. We are going to have a summer theater festival where people can dress up and be part of the theater, get cheap theater tickets, and sort of parade with the actors and actresses and work together with our different theaters. We're going to have a downtown art festival. We're going to have a street performers festival. And we are looking forward on making this downtown the image that all of us have when we think of the Christmas holiday season. When we think of the season, what do we think of? We think of a warm and homey downtown. I remember I grew up in New York. We used to buy chestnuts on Broadway, look at all the animated windows or buy the hot pretzels. Not sure they were kosher, but my parents bought them for me anyway. And we used to peruse, the downtown New York, and that sort of made, and listen to the music, and that sort of put us in the mood. And so we have an aggressive plan to light up the downtown in a really big way, and Narnia is going to be playing, God willing, in the theater. So we really want this to be the place where people come home for the holidays. We have to make our downtown beautiful, and I think that speaks for itself as well. We have to come up with different creative forms of street transportation so people can move up and down the street, and we can have an ambassador that tells them what's interesting, what's not interesting, so that they don't need to walk up and down the entire street. Before we just go into this slide, I just want to point out the amazing thing that last year when this downtown was talking about doing events, we had to bring our events in from the outside. We had to bring Elvis or food or whatever it was that we were bringing. We had to bring them in from the outside because the downtown had nothing to offer. But this coming year, the downtown is going to have really amazing resources. We're going to have our own theater talent, our own historical talent in the Buttery. We're going to really have a lot of gourmet food. We're going to have some of the world's best artists. We're going to have great beer. And so the downtown will really have the things within it. And so when we do events, these events are going to highlight and promote the businesses that are in our downtown. And so they're going to be out there to make our businesses prosperous. Now, people ask why now during a recession. First we'll start with during a recession, then we'll talk about the why now. That's Rip Van Winkle. The only thing I like about him is that he has a beard. But anyway, the bottom line is that if we go to sleep during this recession, I can tell council and the city of Niagara Falls right now that it will take us years and years and years to get out of this and to make up for the lost time that we will have lost while the rest of the world is killing themselves and doing their very, very best to compete in this situation. A recession is not a time to go to sleep. A recession is a time to go harder and to work harder. And it would make as much sense for this downtown to go to sleep now as it would make for the automakers in Canada and the United States to stop producing new models because it's a recession. That would be a sure way for us to go bankrupt. It would make as much sense as for Apple to shut their R&D department and stop producing iPhones. Now, this opportunity that we have now is never going to come back. I know that council has had different people, unfortunately, some of them were from historic Niagara, coming to council and saying, if you give us this, we're going to do that, and here's a drawing of this, and here's our imagination of that, and we're going to do this. And, and the question I think that legitimately many council members have asked is, show me the money. Show me how you're going to do this. Tell me, how do we know you're really going to do this? How do you know these people are really going to come? Maybe you're just a dreamer, or maybe you're just a scam artist, or maybe God knows what you are. But the reality is these tenants are here now. These world-class Canadian businesses are here now. This is the best of the best. Other cities would only dream of picking up what we've picked up. And if we do not work to make them successful now, and they have a terrible summer, I can tell everyone right now that this opportunity will never repeat itself. This will never, ever, ever repeat itself, and certainly not in our lifetime. So if we have this opportunity now, and we have this investment taking place, we better grab onto it. The downtown already has generated at least 100+ new jobs and a tremendous amount of work for all sorts of businesses. And every business that comes into the downtown is investing a tremendous amount of their own money. This does not illustrate what Historic Niagara invests, which is many, many times this and is millions of dollars. But this is their investment that they are investing. And for us to look at the Buttery or the brewery in their face and say, we're really glad that you're investing a few $100,000 here and that you're investing your life and your livelihood here, but your neighbor feels that, he doesn't want to chip in. His BIA fees may go up by $1,000 or $2,000. And, he's hoping his property goes up in value because he's right next door to you. But, he doesn't really feel like he wants to be part of it. There's, hey, don't you know there's a recession coming? We can't talk through both sides of our mouths. We can't tell people, come to this downtown, it's happening, it's the greatest place, and then say, hey, by the way, we don't want to spend a penny on helping you because, don't you know there's a recession coming? You know, this is impossible, and it's unfair to these people that are making their lives investment based on the belief that we're a downtown that's willing to work together and sacrifice for the benefit of all of us. Now, there are a lot of people that oppose there aren't that many people that oppose this budget. I mean, quite frankly, we had a general meeting. Roughly 25, 30 people attended. There were about 7 other people that couldn't attend. They gave me, maybe it was 6 other people that couldn't attend. They gave me the proxies that they're in favor of this vote. And the vast majority of people that attended our meeting were in favor of this budget increase. There are perhaps 3, 4, 5 different tenants, people on the street that are opposed to this budget. The banks have not said a word against it. Broderick and Partners haven't said anything against it, though they're aware about it. Many other businesses know about it and haven't been against it. And, you know, the reason is because they understand that in life there's no such thing as a free lunch. And if we want to share in the gain, we have to share in the pain. Everyone that was, you know, most businesses that stand here and say, you know, there's a recession, we can't afford this BIA levy increase. If somebody goes over to them and says, you know what, I'll offer you 10 or 20% for your property more than it's worth, they'll turn you down in a heartbeat. They'll say, I want to be part of this revitalization. Some of the people that were here were offered by my predecessor in excess of $2 million for a few properties and said, no, we want to be part of this revitalization. We'll hold on to it and we'll make it happen. So it's an interesting thing to note that everybody believes in what we're doing and wants us to be successful, but not everybody wants to chip in. And in life, there's no such thing as a free lunch. And if we all want to share in the gain, we all have to share in the pain. Now, before I move ahead of this slide, I just want to point out that this is not just true as far as the downtown goes. This is also true. This is I'm almost over. This is not only true.
You're far exceeding the
okay.
Please.
I'm over in 2 minutes. Okay. This is almost sorry. This is not only true for you know, for us in terms of the BIA. This isn't true for us as a community. I think that the downtown, everybody wants the downtown revitalized. Not everybody wants to pay for it. But the reality is that we all have to chip in. The city, the BIA, the developers, the property owners, the province, the feds, and we all have to make something exciting together. Go ahead. Our community deserves a future. I'm not going to speak for that. I think it's pretty obvious. I think the biggest insult that we can give the people of Niagara Falls is to say the people of Niagara Falls don't want a downtown. That's the equivalent of saying the people of Niagara Falls don't appreciate art, don't appreciate theater, don't appreciate culture, and really are ignorant, uneducated people that are different than every other educated city that we have in Canada and the world. This chart just talks about property values and how they get impacted as the vacancy rate decreases. I'm not going to get into long specifics. I just want to point out that 36% of our budget, 36% of the properties in our downtown pay less than 7.5% of the BIA levy. The other 50%, 48% of our downtown pay approximately only 31% of the levy. The vast majority of the levy comes from those properties that are big, that are beautiful, and that are doing well. Now, why we have structured this, this BIA program in such a way that those poor properties that are really poor are going to be getting a $400 rebate back into their budget, so that somebody has a decrepit building and they're hardworking and they really have no money, their rates will hardly go up. But the way we structured it is like this. If you have a $25 million asset in the downtown, such as the Hatch building, you know, the last thing you want to be is the best building in a neighborhood that's full of drugs, crime, and is boarded up. And, you know, whoever has a good property, you want to be a good property in a good location. So the good properties will win, and the poor properties will win as well. But certainly the poor properties are not the ones that are carrying the brunt of this. For every $7 they're spending, someone else is spending 93. This is our budget, and I think it sort of speaks for itself in terms of advertising, wages, beautification, events, and the different things that we see ongoing. And we just hope to make it to the finish line of this race. It's obviously a challenge. And we'd like to, as you know, and we're trying our best, and we have to finish this race. We have to be successful on behalf of ourselves and everybody else to really continue and make this a great place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunn. Councillor Carriot. Please, order, please.
Thanks, Mordecai. First of all, Mordecai, I'd like to congratulate you and your BI on a tremendous effort. I was one of the ones that said you have to come to the table and put your money up first before you just ask the taxpayers or asked us to give you taxpayers' dollars. So I congratulate you on that. My question is, and I can see the problem, having been a member of a couple of BIAs and been involved in BIAs, your BIA is a little bit different than some of the others as, for example, the Victoria Center BIA, all tourist operators. So when we do the levy on them, they all benefit pretty well the same. Fallsview BIA, same thing, all tourist operators. Their budget is in excess of $1,500,000. But all tourist operators, so they all benefit. The letters that we got in our package that were opposed were people who you could argue don't benefit as much as others. They're from architects, insurance companies, office building owners, painting contractor, lawyer, laundromat owner. They may be able to argue that the BIA, this BIA levy doesn't benefit them as well as it would a restaurant, a retail store. So my question was going to be, and you answered part of it, is your BIA looking to do anything for the BIA members who may not benefit so much for investing in such a large increase that they consider a large increase? And some of them, as you heard, are looking at maybe doubling or tripling their tax. So you answered it a bit on the guys who maybe have a small store or whatever, but how about, are you doing anything for the others who may not benefit from the hard work of the BIA and the investment? That's
first of all, I just want to thank you for your compliments. And second of all, I do want to say that I think you pointed out a very, very good point, a very, very vital point. But let's take some of those people that wrote letters in opposition to this raise. For example, the architect, and I spoke to him. He himself told me he wrote the letter against it. Emilio has done with us somewhere in the area of $70,000 worth of work in the last year in the downtown. There's no way that he, as an architectural firm, is not benefiting from the activities that are going on in the downtown. I've spoken to Mr. Siegler, who owns the office building, the office properties where the courthouse is in, and he actually sent an email to council today reneging his opinion, saying no, he is in favor of this budget because he understands that the likelihood of getting a high-quality office tenant really, really depends on your surrounding area. We, for example, are working with community health services, but the main thing that excites them about coming to the downtown is that it's becoming a place where their people and the workers can go out there and do good things. So they understand you don't, when you're deciding where to locate your office, a large part of that decision has to do with how the aesthetics around your office looks like. Is it safe? Is it beautiful? Is there a great coffee shop across the street? It's similar to when you go to a nice hotel. You know, when you go to the Four Seasons or some other high-end hotel, you're paying to use the restaurant, you're paying to use the coffee shop, but you're still choosing a room in that hotel because that hotel has those facilities around it. And the same is as far as office buildings. There's also, for example, tenants, like I spoke to someone that has a hair salon. And she said, you know, what you're doing for me doesn't help me. And I said, you know, that's really very interesting, and she didn't write a letter in opposition, but she was discussing with us. And I said, you know, that's really very opposition, but what's your plans here? And her answer to me was, well, I'm basically retiring in the next year, and I hope to sell my property. And I'm like, do you hope to sell your property in another hair salon? And she said, you know, realistically not. I'm just hoping your retail snowballs and the tenant can come here. So at the end of the day, the asset that somebody owns a laundromat, you know, they have to look at their building, their business and their building as two separate entities. And they have to ask themselves, you know, if for whatever reason, you know, people didn't need a laundromat anymore, they didn't want to be in the laundromat business, or they weren't making money in the laundromat business, what could they rent the space for? What is that building worth in the open market? Nobody could look at their building and say, this building is just for my use. The reality is that everybody's building is for everybody's use. Its value is dictated by the open market. And most or almost everybody within our BIA understands that. There are a few exceptions, but almost everybody understands that that's sort of the economics of the picture in terms of how it relates to them.
Thank you, Mordecai. I guess my point being, on most BIA levies, most people understand that they're going to have to pay an increase for the levy, and we all do it, and we all do it gladly to improve our area. I think where it gets a little bit offside is if it triples your tax or doubles your tax. I think that that's what sticks out in some of these people's minds. Like, I think in all of the people that that I know of in our BIA, in the Fallsview BIA, even though we're making a huge investment in the convention center and in our marketing, I think the most it would affect someone would maybe be 10, maybe 15% on top of their tax. I don't think there's anybody that's paying 2 or 3 times their tax levy to contribute a large sum to the BIA. That's my only question. I mean, it's just some of them to pay 2 or 3 times their total tax on a BIA levy just might seem a little tough.
And I'd like to respond to that just for a moment. First of all, this street has approximately 100 and something paying members. There are a lot of businesses on this street. The fact that members of council and properties on the street, the BIA is a BIA that pertains to many, many owners. The fact that members of council have seen opposition from essentially 5 or 6 people is really a miracle, because people have gone up and down the street knocking on doors telling everybody, do you know what's about to happen to you? Your BIA levy is about to go up. And do you know what these people are about to do to you? You don't believe it. And there was a concerted effort to get people opposed to this BIA budget. And I have to really compliment 95% of our downtown for being smart enough to say, heck, I can't afford this, but I can't afford not to do this. And nobody likes raising their taxes. This is costing me a significant penny as well. Nobody likes to do this, but we are in a situation where almost all of the buildings in the downtown are negative cash flowing. And either it's going to turn around or we're all going to go bankrupt. So we're in a position where we cannot afford not to make this investment and to make our downtown successful. Because if we don't, if this summer is not a success, forget it, I'm toast. My personal net worth, most of it, is going to be wiped out, as will everybody else's in the downtown. So we can't afford not to do this. We don't want to do this. Nobody loves taxes. Nobody likes spending money. We're just in a situation, and the vast majority of people in our downtown see the wisdom and understand that, unfortunately, that's their best option. And I hate that, and we're hoping that this will only be for a year. We don't want this to be for a long term. And we're also hoping that council looks at the sacrifice that the owners in the downtown are willing to make and says, you know what, if they're willing to sacrifice, let's sacrifice with them, because the largest property owner in the downtown is the city. Right? The city owns the most land and owns everything in the downtown. You're the biggest stakeholder in this downtown. And we're hoping that council will say, you know what, look at these people. They're really willing to take this painful medicine to make it work. We're not happy about this. No one loves this. And, and to the credit of the people here, and also to the credit of the people in opposition, they're still my friends. And they like me. I'm surprised Sal didn't throw stones at me. So he's a nice guy. But I mean, seriously, these people are friends. We meet, we talk on the phone, we discuss this, and really to the credit of the people, the quality of the owners that we have in our downtown. They're really an amazing group of people.
Mr. Grund, I've got other questions yet, so let's proceed on. Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Grund, the recession isn't coming. It's here. Let's be clear. Every financial institution is claiming we're already in recession. We're not waiting for it. It's already here. So as I go through your letter to council and you say we must all share in the pain so we can share in the gain, what if the bottom line is they can't afford it? Like, that's the bottom line of what people have emailed us. We can't afford it. Whether you agree that they can't afford it or not, they're telling us that this could maybe close their business. So you talk about giving I think it was a $400 rebate. Was that what you said?
Correct.
So if according to one of these letters, their increase will go from $5,700 to $17,000, your $400 rebate's not going to do a whole lot to sustain them. So I guess my question to you, as I've listened to the infomercial, is: are people in your BIA allowed to disagree with the direction that you're taking? Because the strong-arm tactics they tell us they're getting doesn't make me comfortable to vote for this anyway. And I'm not going to vote for this increase. I think in the recession that's already here, this may turn people the other way. You may actually force the closings of businesses. You need to find a happy medium. This increase is not a happy medium. This increase is going to be financially detrimental to a lot of the businesses that don't agree with you.
Mr. Brown, you want to answer that question, please?
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, the question is not what's my opinion. The question is what's the opinion of the majority of people on our BIA. And the question is what did they vote on, whether the BIA followed things in the appropriate manner. We have a legal opinion. We had the attorneys make sure that we were following a protocol in a legal and appropriate manner. And that is really the relevant question. Last I checked, I'm not known as being Comrade Mordecai on the street, and we don't run a communist BIA. Everybody has a free vote, and there's nothing that I've done to Dave Govern or to Paul Sotil or to the person who wrote the letter. I think was Mr. Siegler, who actually wrote a letter to council changing his mind, but I'm not sure. But there's really nothing that we do to enforce it. There's no threatening and no coercion, and nothing that's really used other than illustrating logic that we can illustrate. And nothing in life is unanimous. You know, you can make people happy most of the time, but you can't make everyone happy all the time, and certainly not in the short run. So, and that's why there's such thing as a BIA, so that it forces everybody into a community perspective, and so that everybody has to work as a community together.
Thank you, Mr. Trent. Councilor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To me, there's a lot of unanswered questions. One of the letters that we got asked for a list of the property owners, not tenants, that make up the BIA and their contact information, a copy of the constitution of the BIA, a copy of last year's detailed budget, because I quite frankly couldn't imagine passing a budget here without the financial statements that tell me whether the investments you made into the downtown last year were actually successful to you. And you know, you joke about being Comrade Grun. These people need these answers. So you can vote on majority, but that doesn't necessarily help the person who those increases might hurt. So I would assume you might have a majority, but you got a loud minority screaming now also that they don't want this. So what are you going to do to help them? The questions that were given to us, also a copy of the audited financial statements, a detailed budget for 2009 showing the actual for last year, and explanation for the 2009 budget numbers for each line item. Like, those are answers we still don't have before you're asking us to pass this. So, you know, you can stand here and say I'm talking for the big guy, but the little guy who's screaming needs representation too. So who's representing them other than us when they're emailing us and asking us, please don't pass this? You're going to financially kill us.
Well, first of all, the vast majority of little guys are the ones that are in favor. The few letters that were imposed were actually from the big guys, if you look at the letters and who they were. That was not coming from the little guys, because the little guys need this desperately. Just to point on a few of your issues. First of all, the downtown does have audited financial statements. Second of all, we have verified with our legal counsel that the Municipal Act gives a voting right in a BIA to any tenant that's in a BIA, whether or not they pay BIA levies or not. Our tenants happen to be net leases, and probably at the general meeting, there wasn't more than one or two tenants that voted in favor of this budget that are not people that are paying BIA levies. But the reality is that tenants do have a right to vote, even if they do not directly pay for BIA levies. That's something that we've verified as well. And I think that most, you know, the minority is a very, very small minority, and you know, the rest speaks for itself.
Yes, thank you. This is, without exception, extremely disappointing. I think we had an election a few years ago where we were talking about the municipality spending $36 million for the downtown, and I think the taxpayers resoundingly said no, they don't want that to happen. And I think the message was sent to the people downtown that you better show us what you can do on your own. And I have to say that without exception, I am truly amazed at what has been accomplished in a very short period of time, and to attract some of the people that you have coming to the downtown, the Buttrey, Spira, some of the other first-class businesses, is truly amazing. It's a success story in itself. But over the past week or so, we have all been getting the emails of the concern by some of the people in the downtown with the massive increase in their BIA levies. And I have to tell you, without exception, I was looking at all of them and saying, this is really a concern. And then it came in that the audited statements weren't available at the general meeting, and all kinds of other problems that were brought to my attention. And my immediate reaction was, well, this has to go back, and this has to be a thorough discussion, and everybody given the opportunity to have clarity and to make sure they know exactly where they stand with respect to the levy. Just today, I had the solicitor's report that indicated that it had been done according to the notification, all of the details that were necessary at the meeting, the audited statement, everything had been done according to the BIA. Now, I'm the chairman of the BIA in Falls View, and I'm another BIA at Victoria Center. And I look at the details of your outline here, advertising, events, professional fees, office supplies. This is a BIA budget that is consistent with any other BIA. In fact, the one that Councillor Carriot and I are involved in has a BIA budget of $1.5 million or $1.6 million, which they've committed to go to the convention center, and the reason why we have a convention center here tonight. So in the last day or two, in fact, just in the last afternoon, everybody who has a BlackBerry has been inundated by letters of support. Yes, there are people who are in opposition, and I don't think the responsibility of this council is to be an arbitrator for the BIA. You have your organization. You have to deal with your organization. We have enough problems around here to deal with ourselves without trying to get involved in the individual decisions with respect to your BIA. The normal process is you have your debate, you have your annual meeting, you set your budget, you have a vote, and you send it to council, and council approves it because you're the ones that are paying. It's not something that the municipality really gets involved in. So, and I asked you specifically, what if you went back and had a meeting and clarified this? And you said, well, we could do that, but the result would be identical. The result would be the same. And in fact, the emails show that a lot of the people who sent in letters have changed their mind, and then a lot of the people obviously thinking that something was going to happen negative here tonight with respect to your request have also sent in letters of support. So I feel very satisfied that, in my opinion, you've done your work, and we have to do our work with respect to this particular matter. I do agree with one thing, and I know that there's been subsidies for a lot of the people down there. There have been special treatments to keep people in the downtown area, and I think that is certainly appropriate at this time. And I think we have a small window of opportunity for success down there. We may be standing here in September, October, or maybe December saying, well, you really tried hard, but it didn't work.
God forbid, but possibly.
Everybody can't maintain the business down there. That's the last thing that I want to see, because I think everybody down there has done a great job. And it's really disappointing to see some people that maybe legitimately can't afford the levy, and maybe that's your responsibility to go back to these people and to do some work with the people in opposition. But in my opinion, if you don't make it this summer, I think you're gone. So we have a time. And I want to be as positive and constructive as I can, as I've always been with the downtown, in spite of some of the people who have said otherwise. And if they're in opposition, then it makes me feel good about the decision that I'm going to make. Anyway, I think you've done a great job. I think you have an opportunity here to show that this is going to be a success story. And at the appropriate time, I'd make the motion to approve the budget that was recommended by the steering committee prior to this meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson. Are there other comments? Thank you. Members of council, I wanted to share with you as well as the council rep that I've really enjoyed and been pleased to work with the BIA board and certainly the property owners. Obviously, Mr. Grunn, we did allow you some extra time this evening to make your full presentation. It was the benefit of that presentation that we saw earlier, and I've had a chance to witness a few times now that some of the members of council hadn't seen. Even though it was long and tenuous, I wanted them to have that same opportunity. I have a concern expressed to me by the Director of Corporate Services, members of council, who would like to bring to our attention an issue that he would like to have you be aware of.
Your Worship, we're hoping perhaps that the BIA could give us some clarification on actually 3 of the items in the budget. The first one is the city clawback, as you see listed near the bottom of the page. The second one is the property improvement rebate. I'm assuming that is a form of grant that is being given back to all of the 111 properties. We're very interested in that because that is a form of a grant. We have not seen that kind of item in a BIA budget before, and we would like council's consideration for staff to take leave to investigate that to ensure that the authority of the BIA would include such giving of a grant. Just want to make sure we've got that authority for them. And then the last item is the 2008 carryover. We are interested to know if the 2008 financial statements and the auditor's report will be released to the city for its inspection.
Well, the 2008 auditor's report is ready, and we'll deliver it to your offices tomorrow if you'd like so. We certainly have no problem on getting a legal opinion, and we will get a legal opinion on whether the property improvement rebate as we have it right now is legal or if it needs to be changed. Thank you for bringing that up, and we will do that as a BIA. The city clawback really essentially just pertains to the fact that when we make a $500,000 budget, in reality, we may only end up with $480,000 and maybe even $440,000 or $450,000. And the reason is people apply to have their properties reassessed, and then at the end, for some reason, the city ends up collecting less revenue because they can't go back and do that. And so we actually end up getting less from the city on typical years. We get less from the city than our budget, and we need to make some room available in our budget for that possibility.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Grunn? Councillor Diodati.
Thank you, Worship. I feel it was a great discussion today because whenever you get emotion, to me it shows interest, and I think that's exactly what has been lacking for a long time in downtown. There wasn't any emotion or any interest, and I think everybody wants the same thing. I don't think anybody's against downtown. It's just a question of how much and how fast. And at the same time, I know from being in business that you often have to spend it to make it. You need some critical mass to have an impact. And I understand the situation, and I understand the timeliness, and I understand it has to happen with a punch because there's a lot of businesses anticipating things happening quickly. And for that reason, it's one of these things that I don't believe you can drip. I think it has to happen quickly. And I agree with Councillor Thompson that I don't see a legal reason for us to circumvent a democratic process of a downtown BIA. They've democratically made their decision, and I don't think we want to meddle in their politics. I think that, I heard it mentioned, even people that are opposed or have some concerns are still in favor and still have a lot of respect and support for what's happening. And I heard it said that it would be like cutting off my hand. And they realize just everyone's a little cautious. And as I heard, who likes to spend money? Nobody likes to spend money, especially when times are tough. But when times are tough, it's especially when you need to spend the money. That's not the time that you're going to pull back. And I heard some great examples today. I think there are very exciting times ahead. I've got a lot of faith in the vision for what's happening downtown. It's exciting for anyone that has not had a chance to go check out one of the restaurants downtown or one of the galleries. You need to do it. It's one of the bright spots in the city right now. And the nice thing is, it doesn't just benefit out-of-towners, it benefits us, the people that live here. And we sent them back before and said, stop asking for all this money. Do it yourself. Lead the way. Show us by example. Well, that's exactly what they're doing. And it's tough, and we know it's not easy, and I know we've got a lot of people concerned, is this the right way to go? But I think in the end they're going to be vindicated as leaders, as visionaries, and people are going to refer to Niagara Falls when they do PowerPoints in their city halls. They're going to show Niagara Falls as one of the befores and afters, and I really believe what I've seen, I believe in what I've heard, and I'm absolutely going to support Councillor Thompson's motion when he puts that on the floor. So I appreciate everything I've heard tonight, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate the comments. Any other comments? Councillor Ioannoni?
I'm just curious what provision you have in your Constitution. What if this increase doesn't take you where you're going to be, where you want to be, and in 3 months you have people who are in support of it saying, Mordecai can't afford this anymore, it's too much, I'm not making the money back. Do you have a provision for the people at that point?
I'm not aware of any provision at that point, but next year there's going to be a general election, and I'm sure I won't be chairman of the BIA, and there'll be a new board if that happens, and they certainly won't repeat it a second year. I'm not aware of any provisions to take back things 3 or 4 months into it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I would move the BIA budget be approved.
Second by Councillor Diodati. Once again, members of council, you've heard the motion.
Have a recorded vote.
Any further comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Wing.
Sure. I'd just like to say that on one hand, I am absolutely thrilled to see this BIA at last showing some interest in being its own way instead of looking at the general tax base. But on the other hand, I think it's too much too soon, especially in this economic climate. The people who've been emailing us are the long-standing business owners and long-standing property owners, people who've been there on Queen Street through thick and thin, paying their taxes all these years, and it's them that I'm really concerned about. Being involved with another BIAs, I know how they do it, and they save money in their reserves for years and years for major projects. They do things in a slow, steady manner and don't embark on things unless they've previously saved. So, you know, I don't think this example is an especially good one. I think it's worried about people who listen to us, and I have a lot of respect for some of the people I've heard from because I know their reputations.
Thank you.
I just would like to thank everyone for listening to me and for listening to our presentation. And just a quick show of hands by those that are here tonight in support of the budget.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Beeman?
Thank you very much.
Sure,
thank you.
I'd just like to reiterate the concern that Mr. Burden raised concerning this property improvement rebate. There may be nothing in that, but we would urge council that we be certain about that.
Yeah. We could include that in the motion, that would be subject to approval of the staff.
Subject to, and the seconder approving that, Councillor Diodati? Okay. All righty. Now we have a request for recorded vote. Councillor Wing?
Could you split the motion? I'm definitely in favor of this recommendation, but I can't support the budget.
Well, I don't know if it's requiring a split.
No, what we're saying is that that 44,400 staff will have to investigate to see whether it's legal or not. Plain and simple. If it's illegal,
yes.
then it'll be part of the budget. If it's not, then it won't.
That's the area of concern. I've just assured Mr. Grote of that.
Yeah, good. Okay, so I don't think there's a need to split at that point. Thank you. So we have a request for recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Diodati?
For.
Councillor Fisher?
For.
Councillor Ioannoni?
Opposed.
Councillor Carrio?
For.
Councillor Maves?
For.
Councillor Peter Angelo?
For.
Councillor Thompson?
For.
Councillor Wing?
Opposed.
Mayor Selsey?
For. Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your presentation. Councillor Diodati?
Your Worship, I'm not sure what the appropriate time is, just because while we're talking about downtown BIA, it was asked earlier about extending the BIA boundaries to include the Elgin industrial area, and I don't think we actually dealt with that issue that was brought forward to help with the downtown subsidy for the BIA, and I wondered if this would be an appropriate time to make this motion.
I just asked the clerk that question. Clerk, can you address that?
I agreed to it.
Just we'll wait until the council clears out, please. Can I ask you, can I have your order, please? Okay. Mr. Clerk?
I mean, the process is stipulated in the Municipal Act, there would have to be a bylaw that would have to be drafted first. And I think it's kind of premature for us to do that until the actual development is sort of up and running. I'm not sure they would want to enact a expansion of the BIA before they've got their doors open. So, all the BIA or the businesses in that Elgin area have to do is send a letter to the clerk, and we can start that process. But doing it right now, to me, serves no purpose.
Okay, so, Your Worship, so all we would require is if the developer decided that because I understand that they are in favor of doing this, all we would need is a letter from them and we can get the process started. Is that what you're saying?
Either from them or the BIA. Other BIAs have requested boundary expansions in the past, and the one thing I've stressed to them is it's not really for you to subsume another area. It's really for those businesses to show some indication that they're interested. So I would suggest that indeed, once the developers are ready to proceed, that they send that letter, and we'll do what we have to do.
Okay. I have Councillor Ioannoni, Councillor Carrion, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I had an opportunity to speak to the developers outside after we passed their application, and they said there was a miscommunication there. He spoke to them about joining the BIA, but they in no way agreed to do it. And quite frankly, maybe that's an issue they're going to be sorry they revisited, because not only does it give the option for people to opt in, it also opens the door for the businesses downtown that aren't happy with the decision just made tonight to opt out. So it does not? Oh, I was under the impression that it did. Okay.
All right, I have Councillor Carrion, Councillor Thompson.
I was just going to it's easy for me to say, reiterate that it's up to the business whether they want to be part of it or not. It's got nothing to do with us.
Exactly. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
I'd just like to, because of the length of the meeting, want to know if I could move under the consent items R20907, the washroom facilities at Patrick Cummings Memorial Park. Mr. Cummings' son has been sitting here patient, and I'd like to move that, get it out of the way.
Okay, we have a motion to move that. We do have a bunch of individuals as well who are here for a matter that's coming before us, but do you want to deal with this one first? So, okay, a motion to move that ahead. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Councillor Thompson? Councillor Thompson, move the adoption of the report. Second by Councillor Fisher. Any further discussion or comments? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. And gentlemen, ladies, finally we have item number 3, field user fees. There are some comments that I'd like to ask the clerk to make, please, if you would.
Well, I don't really have any comments. Councillor Diodati asked that I bring forward some of the emails that had gone around, and I listed it along with council's past reports and approvals of the minutes. So it's just really here for information.
Okay. The pleasure of council. Councillor Thompson.
Well, I think there are a lot of people in the audience here who are interested in this particular item, and probably some who would like to speak to it. This was discussed and debated, and I think it was unanimous with the exception of one. And I think we should have the opportunity either tonight or have a separate meeting to deal with this, which I think is an extremely important issue and item. And this, what we're dealing with right now, is the tournaments coming into town and the use of the fields. And I think we have to realize if the economic benefit from bringing all of these tournaments and activities coming into the city, we're very fortunate that in this municipality because of the people wanting to come here, if that really offsets a lot of the enthusiasm for user fees. And if user fees are excessive and discourage some of these people and tournaments from coming here, what do we win? We're, again, the big losers with respect to the loss of tournaments and opportunities to not only for our businesses and tourism, but we could take a tremendous loss here. I'm really concerned also about the next move that we're going to do when we start talking about the minor sports. If you look at what minor sports, what they have contributed to this community, we just got $400,000 participation from the girls' soccer in a new soccer field up off of Kayla Road for the artificial turf. $200,000 I recall receiving from the minor soccer boys for the clubhouse. And these people are continually working and upgrading and volunteering and doing all of these. And our response is an increase in user fees. I think that I'd like to see the whole thing reconsidered and opened up again, and I'm sure that these people here would like to see that happen.
Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, as long as, or as well as Councillor Thompson, I have a bunch of comments that I'd like to make. However, we have some people in the audience, actually a number of them, they've probably been waiting about 4 hours to speak.
They have, yes.
So I'll make a motion, Your Worship, that we allow them to speak.
Certainly. Certainly. Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Diodati. Any comments before we call the vote? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Councillor Wing, do you wish to make a comment?
Yes, Councillor Thompson raised the new field, and it says in the report that we had last time that with council's approval, the municipality has implemented user fees for the new artificial turf field. And if you read that report that we had before us in January, it's all about fairness and equitable treatment. Fees are charged for some services, while others, like fighting fields, require no fees for use, which reflects inconsistency in such fees. And all through the report, it's all about being fair, so that people who play baseball aren't treated differently from people who play hockey. It costs us to provide these services, and the report speaks to starting to incrementally implement some fees. It's not putting them all on the users this year, but just starting to recoup some of the fees. Not even anywhere close to all of them. It's appropriate and fiscally responsible for the prime beneficiaries and arguably the exclusive users of these fields to be charged and contribute toward the cost of this recreational service. I mean, that's why I supported this without hesitation. It costs the municipality to provide these.
Yes. Well, we'll have a chance.
There may be, if there's concerns about losing tournaments, maybe some of the BIAs might be willing to sponsor
we'll have a
them in
chance.
return for getting the whole thing.
We'll have a chance to hear some of the comments that are here tonight, so thank you for that. Members of council, we're going to have some people make deputations this evening. Please, yes, is there somebody that could speak on behalf of the association? Mr. Peischer? Sure. Would you like to come forward, please? I don't think council has had the benefit of having at least heard that you've had the ability to dialogue with staff on the recommendation, so we're seeking input from you, so I hope that you can address that this evening as well.
I'll do my best. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Mr. Thompson, for your comments. Certainly appreciate those. Back sometime in January, the buzzword of user fees was started. And I made a couple of telephone calls because, as you know, in some of the presentations I've done in the past, it's always been a fear of ours that user fees were going to be implemented. And we'll get into as I get into, and I promise that I'll try not to be any more than the 10 minutes. It's been a lot for everybody else. But I think that there's some very important information that needs to be shared with council with regards to what's happened here. And in January, I started to make a couple of telephone calls to council members asking them exactly what was going on with regards to the buzz of these user fees. And I was told at the time, and maybe a point of clarification through your worship, that staff was directed to meet with the user groups prior to bringing back any kind of implementation of user fees to council. Now, I understand that there's been a tremendous push from council with regards to this 0% tax increase, and I also understand that this report that was given to us via email on March the 11th indicates that on February 23rd, council approved the following recommendations. Well, I can tell you on behalf of the 6 or 7 user groups that are behind me today, none of them were communicated with. So if staff was given that direction, then why were the user groups not communicated with? My understanding is that this was discussed, or this was on January 19th that it was asked of staff to do this. On the documentation that was provided to you on attachment number 2, it shows that there was a draft that was done on February the 1st. Then council approved R 2009-04 on the 23rd. And no communication went out to any of the user groups until March the 11th. So I'm a little bit confused with regards to how all this took place without us being involved. And I have some communication here from Rob Gietrix, men's fastball. Bill Miller's back here, and I know that Billy wanted to say a few words too with regards to what's happened from Slow Pitch. Warren's back here from Slow Pitch. There's charity groups that are back here. Essentially, this is what's happened. If you look at the attachment number 1, and I can kind of see where council might have been misled with this attachment number 1, because it's obvious when you look at user field surveys, Niagara Falls sits as one of the only stupid cities that doesn't implement user fees. So let's all of a sudden implement user fees because it's a way for us to bring in some revenue which is going to offset the 0% tax increase. Well, I'm here to tell you today that if you look at these 16 municipalities that are here, which one of these municipalities base their industry on hospitality and tourism? Not one. It's been the direction of this council and the mayorship and your predecessor that, you know what, tourism and hospitality is what this is all about. And that's what Niagara Falls is all about. When we talk about contributions to what, and I'll speak on behalf of the GMBA, in my 2-year term, which is now turned into 5 years as presidency of the Greater Niagara Baseball Association, you know that we spent $15,000 on a park improvement at Oaks Park on Diamond Number 1 and Diamond Number 2 for new clay. The following year, we spent $10,000 on lights because the lights were no longer going to be available and the ballasts had fallen out. And we weren't even going to be able to play baseball that summer if we didn't get the lights put in. The next year, we spent $10,000, and there's some of these council doesn't even know about, because fortunately enough, we've been able to work with the Parks and Rec staff, and I have to give Cynthia Roberts a lot of credit, and Wayne Vig, and prior to, before Wayne, it was Tom Vickery. You don't even know some of the stuff that we've done and some of the money that we've allocated towards the park improvements. We spent $10,000 at the infield in Chippewa Lions. This past year, 2008, we spent another just over $10,000 in putting in electricity at Diamond 2 and Diamond 4 at Kerr Park. We then spent money in putting in a safety net in right field of Kerr Park to protect the users on Diamond 2. And out of our own pocket, $3,500, we put a mound in the first week of June at Patrick Cummings, number 6, and paid for the mound to be removed in August so that we wouldn't interfere with Slow Pitch. Now, let's also talk about this attachment number 1 and some of the information that Robbie gave me with regards to how this affects the fastball. Tournaments are huge. We run approximately, they run 3 tournaments. Their estimated cost on user fees for the 3 tournaments is close to $7,000. Okay? With their 3 tournaments, what happens from an economic impact? And I think that Councillor Thompson touched on this briefly with regards to, are you going to lose in the long run? Well, I'm here today to tell you, yes, you are going to lose in the long run because nobody can afford to run a tournament. We don't have to look very far to our dear friends in St. Catharines, who after user fees were implemented, there was 500 to 700 registrations that St. Catharines Minor Baseball had. With those 500 to 700 registrations, last year, 110. Why? Because registration costs are too much to support the user fees. St. Catharines has not ran a minor baseball tournament since user fees have been implemented. And I can tell you, from the 9 tournaments that the GMBA run, we would average, now we run 9 tournaments, there's 7 tournaments that are 8-team tournaments that we bring in 8 teams, and there's 2 that we bring in 12 teams. Our average income from those tournaments is $700. If we look at what the park fees are going to be and run from Friday night through to Sunday afternoon when we need to finish the number of diamonds that we need to use, that average income for one weekend will now turn into $145 to $150. Do you want to know something? I can't find volunteers to go out for 40 hours on a weekend in Man Parks for our organization to make $145. Well, where does the $700 go that we make? That's $6,300 times the 9. That goes into the park improvements or to help keep the registration costs for the youth to use these diamonds. Now, from an economic impact, let's take a look at it. And I believe there was a study done, and I think that Billy can probably support this, but back in 1994 with the number of slow pitch teams that were coming in, the economic impact for a team that was coming into the Falls, they would generally spend somewhere between $6,000 and $7,000 based on a 15-person team. Well, we bring in 80 teams during the course of the year. And I would suggest from 1994 that it would safe to make a small assumption that probably the average team now would spend close to $10,000 based on that same 15-person team. The fortunate thing for us, and with some of the other user groups that are here, there's also spouses and siblings. It's not the same as what Billy might be able to offer up, and it's a 15-person men's team that's coming, and they're still going to average their $7,000 to $10,000. Well, we're going to generate even more than $10,000, but we'll use $10,000 on the light side. If we're bringing in 80 teams at $10,000, it doesn't take very long to do the math. That's $800,000 in economic revenue that's being generated to the city. If we're not running those tournaments because we're only going to make $145 doing it, guess what? There's $800,000 worth of economic revenue that's lost as well. I think that the number for the fastball was $350,000 that would be lost from fastball. One of the other things that hasn't been considered is that for these groups, for the men's user groups, which is supposed to be implemented for this year, those budgets were set last year. The communication has gone out for those teams that need to register for slow pitch and fastball already in January. The registrations are complete. The tournament information has gone out. That tournament information going out telling those teams what the cost is going to be for them to play. The registration money, what the cost is going to be for them to play in that particular league. And guess what? You can't go back and tell the team now. Warren's numbers, I think, it bases it to $460 more per team to play in the slow pitch league. It's outrageous. The fastball is $7,000 on park user fees for tournaments and for the league. You're going to fold it. And I'm here to tell you that you're going to fold the Greater Niagara Baseball Association that's been in existence for 78 years if these user fees get implemented. With the money that I told you that we've spent, the 15, the 10, the 10, I didn't include the $15,000 that we spent towards backstops and trees at Howe Park, the $3,500 that we spent on the Gator and the John Deere that's presently sitting at Kerr Park that's used to service that field. The monies that we've spent since I've been around is $73,500 in park improvements. When we refer back to this attachment number 1, I think that you were given a lot of lack of information. Because with this lack of information, one of the first questions I would ask, how many other user groups pay park improvement fees on here? Is there an answer to that? No, I don't see where it's even listed. With what's happening on here with the user fees, is the user fees on a flat rate per diamond? Is the user fee on a per registration? Or is the user fee, as the opposed, $25 an hour for a Category A diamond? I think that you were misinformed to a certain extent, Council. I really believe that you were. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that here's the problem without trying to come up with some kind of a solutions. And I told you I was going to be brief, and I am. Here's the solution. I think that I have 3 of them that we really need to seriously look at. Number 1, this needs to be deferred. It needs to be relinquished. It needs to be looked at. And somebody needs to come up with an alternative as to how this is going to operate. What we would suggest is, you know what, let's form a committee. Let's form a committee with Parks and Rec, with the Parks and Rec Commission, or the volunteer. I understand that Mick Wolf heads up the Parks and Rec Volunteer Commission, with a couple of council members, and with the baseball user organizations. And let's come up with some kind of alternative agreement that maybe we can all live with. You know, I've also heard that girls soccer is going to be exempt from the user fees because of the capital money that they've put in. Boys soccer is going to be exempt from the user fees because they spent $200,000 on the clubhouse. Well, you know what it costs to run the baseball facility? Now, we put our own bags out. We had a meeting. We put our own bags out. We try to help out as much as we can, right? Why are we going to be penalized from a youth organization when we've already allocated $73,500 over the course? We're going to now pay for diamonds that we've paid to improve. And your worship, you stood 2.5 years ago at Oaks Park with members of council to celebrate the 75th anniversary of Oaks Park, the 75th anniversary of the GNBA, and Sir Harry Oakes' grandson was there for the rededication of Oaks Park to the boys and girls of Niagara Falls. The rededication of Oaks Park to the boys and girls of Niagara Falls. And now all of a sudden we're going to start tagging a land that was donated for the use of the boys and girls with a user fee. Can you imagine that? I don't know how we can do it. We're a hospitality and tourism city. All of our organizations bring in, based on the tournaments and the registration for tournaments, that kind of money. That's not a lie. That's the kind of money that we bring in. So not only are you going to have the economic revenue that's lost, not only are you going to have the diamonds that aren't going to be utilized for tournaments, so the revenue you thought that you were going to gain by tacking these user fees on, they're not going to be there because the diamonds quite simply won't be used. St. Catharines hasn't used it since they've been implemented. I can tell you our organization won't, and I have the consensus from the groups behind me. They won't run tournaments because it's just not economically feasible. There's no use, there's no worth at the end of the day. The Bridge Commission does a one-day charity tournament at Houk Park, I think sometime in June or July. They've already contacted me. They do that for fun. They do it as a charity. There's 4 teams that come down, and the money that they get, they donate. The Lions, the Chippewa firefighters, what they do is they run their charity tournament. All the money that they run from that charity tournament, they get back out into sponsorships throughout the city. They can't afford to run that tournament any longer when they're being taxed user fees. I really believe this needs to be relooked at. Part of the solution needs to be who's going to be charged for the user fees, and let's form that committee and work together to try to make something happen.
Thank you very much, Mr.
All right,
Pfizer.
thank you.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Pfizer, we do appreciate your comments and your clarification, so I think that you pointed on some very valid points, but we do have members of council who want to make some comments. So,
Absolutely.
Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship, and I think that Mr. Pfizer made a great presentation. On the weekend, myself and Councillor Diodati had a chance to meet with a bunch of representatives from the field user groups, and I know that they also talked to Councillor Thompson as well as anybody else here on the table. Your Worship, they made a lot of good points. Some of them you heard here tonight from Mr. Pfizer. A couple of them that I just wanted to highlight. I mean, first good point that they made to us is simply the fact that we sent out a notification too late. We didn't get our notification out until March. A lot of the letters for the schedule of fees already went out in January, February, and early March. So they can't now send re-notifications out to all these teams asking them for more money. That's the simple fact, Your Worship. Second good point, Your Worship, that I heard over the weekend is one of the gentlemen asked us whether or not we were treating them as partners or as customers. And it was an interesting point because, it depends how we view these different user groups. If we view them simply as customers and we're going to make decisions inside of a bubble as we did, and we're not going to initiate dialogue and ask for their input. And that's kind of what we did in this situation here, and I think that's why they feel so slighted. And the third good point, Your Worship, that they made is what is the effect of user fees? Even if we do bring in user fees, what's that going to do to them? What's that going to do to the tournaments that they run? What's that going to do to the ability for them to basically sustain their tournaments? And we sat down, we listened to them. Your Worship, I, for one, I know that I agree with them. I know Council here that it doesn't count for Council. I think there's a long vote against this from the very start. So it would have been a very different situation had we had pulled all the user groups in from the very start, talking about user fees, and they said, no, absolutely not. We don't want user fees. But that's not what they're saying. All they're saying is, listen, invite us in, let's talk about it, let's come to something that's reasonable. So I think the suggestion by Mr. Pfizer to simply defer the implementation of the field user fees for 2009 is a good start, Your Worship, and then to form a committee, Your Worship, that would be made up of the user groups, Parks and Rec staff, and a couple aldermen or a couple councillors around the table is another good suggestion. And I would make both of those points in the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Moved by Councillor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councillor Diodati. I think that's a valid point to make. I do have a couple more. Pardon?
Council's got to reconsider first.
Okay.
Then I'll start off by making a motion that we reconsider the
Okay. Motion for reconsideration by Councillor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor, please hold your hands up. It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Peter Angelo, go ahead.
Worship, I'll put my aforementioned motion on the floor.
And seconded by Councillor Diodati. I have Councillor Thompson and Councillor Iononi, which to speak. And Councillor Carrier.
But the disappointing part of this is the fact that I said specifically at the time when we were discussing this, have you been back and talked to the user groups? Make sure you have input in spite of the decision that was made by council. Talk to the user groups. I've had calls continually from the other minor sports groups saying, what is going on with the user fees for us? And I said, well, you better be careful and you better be aware because they're coming back to talk to you, and nobody has been back to talk to them either. This is a huge problem we got when we get into this kind of disruption and the impact that it can have not only on the user groups but on the municipality and its economy.
Thank you. I have several councillors who'd like to speak, but Ms. Morrissey, you'd like to make a comment. Ms. Morrissey, could you qualify some of the comments you've heard earlier, please?
I thought the first point was really important to address because of the comments that the partnership model wasn't being reflected in the comparative of the 16 municipalities.
Excuse me, could I ask you to speak louder, please?
Sorry, my voice is still a bit off. With respect to the partnership model, in the first report where the implementation was recommended for adult, out of town, those things, there's a specific reference into here which is very unique to Niagara Falls, and that's certainly something to be celebrated, where specific for the adult users at Don Johnson Park, and because of the investment of that group, that one would be exempt from fees. That would be consistent with the model that would be taken, and it was referenced by girls. I mean, I know they're Niagara United Soccer and boys. Certainly the contributions of GMBA in the youth analysis, which wasn't to come back until June of this year with recommended fees, would certainly acknowledge that. So if GMBA youth had participated in the investment at Oaks or Kerr, that certainly would be celebrated and acknowledged through the process. As well, through the development of this, and it was very tight with the budget process, it was driven by the fact that approximately $800,000 is currently invested in field maintenance. That's not a lot of other costs, but that's a direct cost. That was about 1.8% on the tax levy, and when we did our comparative rate, and I appreciate what you're saying about St. Catharines, our information is they generate in field fees about $160,000. That was their 2008 revenue. Staff's assessment based on a comparative review, and we only gave you 16, was that a city of our size could generate between $80,000 and $100,000 in field fees as a compilation of tournament-based, youth-based, whatever-based. So that was important in addressing a fiscal challenge. But I thought it was very important to mention that we do have an allocation meeting on Thursday. And while I do appreciate that we didn't get it out quick enough, and I do apologize for that, we had some staff shortages due to sickness, but many people, I think, got it on the Friday before the 11th. Some people got hard mail. But we also have an allocation meeting Thursday night, which is an hour and a half soccer, an hour and a half ball. That was part of the consultation process to appraise the user groups. It was right in the template in terms of the schedule. It's no dissimilar than what we do with ice each year. This is the first year we've had fields. So obviously, if there was feedback from the groups, sometimes council attends, and if Wolf will be there, we bring that back. Council also has the ability in all circumstances to waive fees at requests of organizations. There's nothing uncommon about that. So I thought it was really important to clarify the consultative process was fully outlined. The process is in place. Thursday is the meeting. And we feel that approach, and that's why we gave you the reports in advance of the meeting, was to facilitate that discussion. And anywhere where partnership models were in place, it was understood that those exemptions were there to recognize financial contribution in community. And I think it's also important for staff to address, and I appreciate the comments, that similar to baseball, we have a very strong ice-based hockey organizational pull here too, which generates significant economic benefit. Staff had looked at the disparity between the application of user fees. So I just thought it was important just to clarify for the users to hear that in some of the background. So appreciate your willingness or your consideration of a staff team to work with you and members of council. That's a great next step.
Ms. Morrissey, did staff have any prior consultation with these user groups at all?
No. The approach was that they were being appraised of it through the information before the allocation meeting, which was the 26th, and that's what we had outlined in the report that we presented at the last council meeting.
I think that's a concern that this council has, and certainly these gentlemen and people here would have not been here this evening if you had that prior consultation. So I think council would have appreciated that discussion to take place. I think trying to do it after the fact is certainly more troublesome, as you see. I have
May I just comment on Ms. Morrissey?
Yes.
I fully appreciate what she had to say, but I think that what's important for her to realize is we've been around the game for an awful long time. We have the park allocation meetings every year. We have field allocation meetings every year. It's usually done by the Parks and Rec. I heard that Mick Wolf was going to be involved this year from the volunteerism part of sitting on that committee. But we have never been given literature going into it saying this is what's been passed by council and this is basically we're going to deal with it. And this is, we're telling you the information, and here's how we're going to go moving forward. And I think that that's the way that it was perceived by the user groups and why that meeting was actually called. And I would reiterate, if we were communicated with prior to the implementation or prior to this going to council, then obviously we wouldn't be here tonight because we would have had an opportunity for our say, and then possibly you could have brought back the concerns that we would have had as user groups to council prior to getting this passed.
Okay, thank you. I have Clerk, you want to make some comments?
Well, I don't disagree with anything Mr. Peischer's saying, and I can appreciate where he's coming from. One of the purposes of me reproducing the reports that are in the council agenda is to show council that clearly the process was set out in those reports that council had. And if you read the last paragraph of the February 23rd report, it's right there. The fees pending approval of council will be outlined to the applicable users immediately by staff and in conjunction with the annual spring-summer field allocation meeting that is scheduled on March 26th. It was right in the report what the timing was going to be.
Unfortunately, I guess we've heard from Mr. Peischer that the schedules doesn't coincide with their schedule because you've approved your budgets prior, so I can appreciate I appreciate that point. So I don't think council was apprised of that, Mr. Peischer, and I think that's probably the issue that we're going to deal with this evening. So I appreciate your comment. I have Councillor Ioannoni, Councillor Carrion, and Councillor Wing who wish to speak yet.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Peischer, you made a couple comments that kind of zinged me. You understand we're looking for revenue. I mean, everybody who's watching these budget meetings and reading the paper on a Tuesday know we are so strapped. Okay, so based on understanding that, are you looking for 0 user fee increases, or you just don't like the amount that's sitting there? Or, like, I understand you should have been consulted. We should have known what your thoughts were before we passed it, okay? I get that. But when we meet, and I think most of us would like to attend the meeting that takes place, are you looking for no increase?
I think that we need to form the committee to decide who's going to get the increase and how the increase is going to be implemented. How are the increases implemented in some of these other municipalities that are listed? Because I can tell you it's not a $25 per hour. Some of it is by a flat rate for a tournament on the weekend. Some of it's by a per registrant. I think that if you look into it, and I don't want to be quoted on it, but I would suggest that somebody like Beamsville might do a per registration of $10 per registrant is going to be charged when it comes to the user fee. And if that's a situation, that's something when budgets are passed that we could possibly look forward to and pass that on to the registrations at the time. You know, what are you going to do from a fastball or from a slow pitch perspective? That's another individual situation. They haven't given the money that we have from a youth user fee anyways with regards to park improvements. But is there some kind of ulterior solution that you can make with them so they can find a way to do some contribution back to park improvements as well? And that's why the committee needs to be formed, to find out where we need to go.
And I think we'll learn a whole lot more once that's done. But I want to highlight something Mr. Peischer said to council. We've been breaking our back here to come in with 0%. We're coming to the quick realization that that's never going to happen. As much as we've tried, that's never going to happen. But in all the work we've been trying to do to bring in 0%, because we don't want to tax. In this economy, we don't want to make hardship anymore for families. But you called it being taxed user fees. So our use of it's a user fee and not a tax. It's just semantics. You're looking at it as a tax.
Oh, it's a user fee. If I misspoke with regards to calling it a tax, then it's an actual user fee that we're taxpayers too. And we have actually invested in the diamonds that we're using to now be forced to pay a user fee on the park improvements that we've done. And I don't necessarily agree with that.
Yeah, and we get that impression after
Councillor,
listening to
can
you.
we just make comments, please? This isn't a debate, so just ask the questions if you would, please.
Okay, that's the second time you've cut off
Please.
me and
I'm
you
not
cut
cutting
off
you off.
Janice.
I don't want you to have a debate.
It's question and comments, is
please,
it not?
Please,
Thank
please
you.
make your question.
I want you to understand, we're in raising these fees, it's not to harm the groups. It's to not tax you in your household. So we're trying to find some happy balance. It doesn't look like our happy balance is going to get us to a 0, because these fees are as harmful as a tax increase will be in your household.
Well, I understand that council's done a fantastic job with
We're trying
to get that 0%, but I think that trying to tax or to try to put the user fees on to try to get to that 0%, I did a lot of research over the course of the weekend too. I can tell you that I don't believe that there's one city in the province of Ontario that has a 0% tax increase.
Yeah,
this year.
I'm doing my homework too, and I'm not finding that either.
Okay, so if that's the situation, if it's a minute $2 per month that each household has to pay in order to achieve the tax budget, my understanding is right now that you're around the 2% or just under the 2%, which is way less than the cost of living. And if it's $2 per home that needs to be as a tax increase to get to the budget numbers where you're at, I think that everyone would much rather pay the $24 over the course of the year than pay $25 an hour to be on the diamond.
Nope. Thanks for your opinion. And that's comment too, eh?
Councillor Carrio.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd personally like to apologize. I was under the assumption, I'm a bit embarrassed, frankly, I was under the assumption that the user groups were spoken to when I made my vote. So I just assumed that they were spoken to. I guess I assumed wrong. I won't make that assumption again. We don't want to lose any of these ball tournaments. They're great for our city. Like I said, whether we look at you as partners or customers, as far as I'm concerned, either way, we treated you badly. So I'm going to support Councillor Peter Angelo's motion, and hopefully we'll all work together. And they're not saying they won't pay something. They're saying they want to have some input as to what they've given and what they think is fair, so that we don't lose the tournaments and we continue to grow the baseball tournaments and continue to try to keep our tax rate down. So anyway, it sounds a lot like the water bottle issue, but...
Thank you. I have Councillor Wing.
Thank you. I didn't realize either that the timing was an issue, but in a way, what we're hearing tonight is sort of like with what the building department came forward when they suggested we could get rid of some of the city buildings that we own that are being used for non-municipal purposes. I spoke with the representative of one of the organizations in one of those buildings recently, and she listed off a big list of improvements that they've done to that building over the years. And I said, well, when staff does their report, I think really they need to be hearing this sort of thing. That being said, as Denise pointed out, this is 1% of our budget. And I think what really bothers me is the taxpayers of this city paying for adult non-resident organizations and non-resident tournaments. I mean, I have no problem paying to support the youth of the city being able to afford to use our facilities, but it's people who are taxpayers in Niagara Falls who don't live here coming in and using the facilities that the taxpayers of this city are paying for. That's what I have a problem with. I'm happy to look at an alternative implementation agreement, but the one thing I really still want to explore is we have 4 BIAs with strong hospitality components, and what about the possibility of them sponsoring the tournaments in return for the teams booking rooms in those BIAs? And the reason I'm asking this is one of the BIAs at which I sit has asked me in the past, how do we get sports groups here? When they come in for the tournaments, how do we get them to come to our rooms? And I'm quite sure that there would be some willingness to explore the idea of the BIA putting money up for tournament sponsorship in return for bookings. So that's something that needs to be looked at, and that's one of those things that can be done too. So we still manage to recoup some of the costs of that 1% of our overall budget, and yet you're still able to continue doing what you've been doing for the past 75 years. So if that can be part of the motion, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Maves.
Yes, Your Worship. Just a few comments here regarding this. I think we have to look at the big picture here. These ball teams, and I know the Molson Slow Pitch Tournament, all these things, they affect the tourism industry. If we lose these tournaments, we're going to lose an awful lot of tourist dollars. And I think maybe we'll pick up a few bucks here. Might lose a heck of a lot on the other side, in the tourism side, or just in the whole picture. When it comes down to the taxes, I think you're going to offset it one way or the other, whether you get it from your user fees, or you may lose it in your taxes somewhere along the line. I know for a fact I've left a lot of sweat on those ball diamonds myself, and I know that a lot of teams love coming here. Detroit and Toronto, the old timers teams, they just love playing in Oaks Park, and we have the best diamonds around, I think. And I think the thing is too, certainly we've got to revisit this and possibly form a committee. We certainly have to defer things to get, and maybe we have to defer to last year's schedule because of what the man says, that they're already set their budgets last year. So I think that this whole thing has to be revisited, and there were 3 points you had: defer, form a committee, and what was the third thing?
And try to determine what user groups are actually going to be charged the user fee based on contribution.
Is that part of your motion, Councillor Peter? Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there any other members of council wish to speak? Councillor Diodati.
Just quickly, Worship, just for clarification, I just want to make sure that the motion, for clarification, does include the youth groups as well.
Yes.
Obviously not at the same time, but I just want to make sure we're going to, through this committee, deal with those groups as well.
Ask the clerk to qualify that before we vote. Councillor?
Well, I think the motion is generic enough that it looks at everything. I mean, it's defer the implementation of the field user fees for 2009 and form a committee to look at future fees. So that committee obviously has broad latitude.
And the third point that Mr. Peischer was bringing forward, the third point?
Was that anybody that has put any kind of money into park improvements would be, I mean, it's still going to...
That would be part of the committee's investigation.
Yes, okay. Councillors, does that include including your motion? Is that okay? You're satisfied with that?
Yep.
Okay. We've had enough debate on this so far? Question? Anybody else want to make a comment? Councillor Thompson?
I thought we had some other speakers we wanted to hear from.
We do.
I don't think,
Mr. Peischer, are there other people who want to speak?
I don't think we heard the whole story. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
that's
for
good.
sure.
Thank you.
I'll try to be brief. I'm Bill Miller. I'm the president of Slow Pitch National. Our organization is like any national body where we offer insurance, self-hire programs to adult groups. I'm here. I live in Niagara. I play in the Niagara and Slow Pitch Orange League. I think a couple of answers, a couple of comments were made by the councilors. One was the non-residents using the diamonds for tournaments. The people that run tournaments from our aspect, and I know it is with the roots here, whether it be fastball, baseball, girls and minor baseball, are run by teams and leagues in the city. The Molson Slow Pitch event that I'm involved with, my association runs in conjunction. We do that with the Optimist Club of Niagara Falls. We've been doing that with them for over 25 years. We've always done it under the basis, as Councilor Thompson said, as a partnership. When we brought this here 25 years ago under OB and under the old days when I was with Slow Pitch Ontario, it was stressed to us that if we bring these tournaments in and fill the diamonds up on the weekends when they're not being used, it will be an economic impact to the city. People will now come and stay 2 days, 3 days, and now, as we run our national championships, they stay here for a week. We came here 2 weekends. We now run 6 weekends. In 1994, as you heard, the economic impact study was done by this city with the provincial government under John McDonald. And just to let you know what the figures were, the figures were close to $30 million with 650 teams in 1994. Well, we now, with our 6 tournaments, which we now extended the provincial weekends, they took it out of Toronto and put it here, and with the Nationals and now the Can-Am, which have teams come as far as California and Florida for our seniors, we're almost close to 1,300 teams. The Optimist Club gets the proceeds, and obviously I don't have to tell everybody what the Optimist Club does with the money. Those are the fields that your kids play on, and I think you did when you were kids. And that's where it goes. Those are the people that are using it. It's not outside groups, it's teams. There's running tournaments when there was open weekends. We had teams within the leagues who used that as fundraisers so they could go to provincials and nationals and international championships. Right now, at 1,300 teams and $2,009, you're probably looking at, and I'm being very safe, and I'm using it's really simple, double it, $60 to $80 million we generate. Our teams now stay here 3 to 5 days. Okay, this is the destination. And this is what we set out to do. It was a great program. It's worked. It didn't have to be a rocket scientist to do this. And this generated money. People were working, the rooms were filled. Because I go back in the old days, and I've been coming down here, and my family's lived down here in Crystal Beach area, and I know after Labor Day, everything shut down. We've continued that on. We also, as you've seen us, we even run winter tournaments around there playing in the snow like idiots. If you're going to charge, you're not charging me, you're not charging the outside group, you're charging the Optimist Club and all the groups at $25 an hour. Whether it's Bob's figures are small or big. For our case, I haven't even done a complete study, but that would be charging the Optimist Club $40,000 more to run that. And like Bob said, our invitations are everything has been done. And that's where, are we still going to be here? Absolutely. I also wanted to speak that there's been so many rumors put around that Slow Pitch National is going to take its championships and leave and go to London or wherever. Well, that's a lie. I answered that to Parks and Rec last year when I got a call. I answered it to the newspaper. We're not. We're here. We're staying here. This is a great city, and we've had the best working relationship with Parks and Rec in the city and the former council for years. I think what we have here is a miscommunication problem. And I'm not going to put anybody to blame, but we were always under that understanding that we were doing the right thing. We were generating income to come here. I sent 2 letters to this council in the past couple of years and stated that when I wanted the continuation of Patrick Cummings Park. And one of the things was...
Excuse me, Mr. Miller, if I just interrupt, please, a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock, moved by Councilor Giudiatti, seconded by Councilor Pietrangelo. One moment, please. Motion to go beyond. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Sorry.
That's okay.
When we sent those letters, you know, to have the continuation of Patrick Cummings Park, that was the reason we wanted to get that finished off, because we had lost so many diamonds when we had Mitchelson and all the other areas. I guess maybe probably a little bit disappointed in this. Is there going to be fees? Obviously, we're going to have to sit down, as Bob said, and try and come up with a proper solution. But the end of the day here is our event that we brought, which in conjunction with the Optimist Club of Niagara Falls, I think has generated an awful lot of money to keep that park going with everything that's been happening here. And we brought business into the city. I go from coast to coast, and I sit on the boards of the United States and Canada, and I lecture and I talk about what a great job this city does and how we do it and why it's there. And there's other cities that we deal with, and the only reason we deal with those cities is because they do the same thing where we run our events. We don't run our events in cities where the user fee has come into effect. I can give you an example. As you talked about St. Catharines, I want to pick on St. Catharines. They don't run Slow Pitch tournaments. They haven't run Slow Pitch tournaments there in over 20 years because of the fees. As of today, I was informed by one of my users that they pulled out their 2 tournaments. They moved. They're not going to come here. And I told them, don't move, just wait, we'll see what we can do. You know, no, we're not coming. So all I'm saying is that we're generating millions here, and that was our job. That's what we're going to continue to do and try to come up with a proper solution. But it's really sad, and I think in one of the cases when we talk with the groups, there's a guy, one of the fellows in senior baseball, he runs a little tournament for his brother that died of cancer. I think, I don't know, it's only 4 or 6 teams. It's not a big event. And I think they raised maybe between $600 and $800. And that money goes to his 3 kids. And if he was to pay the $25 an hour now for that little tournament, it would cost $1,500. He would be $800 in debt. And I said, that's sad. He said, why should I run it? It's not to make a lot of money. $800 isn't a lot of money. It's just the purpose of celebrating his brother and his family. And that's sad. And it doesn't matter whether it's $800 or $8,000 or $80,000. I think we're losing sight of what we came here to do and what we've done. We have done this, the groups have done this, the leagues, they've contributed. And the cost of running fields, don't forget, one thing that you forget in user fees, and I can tell you this, I've been involved with user fees for 35 years because I lived and worked for 20 years in the city, worked for the city, that brought in user fees. Okay? And when it was all done. And they don't run events now. There's only very few people that run events. They go outside. And even though we sat down with the committee to try and change those fees, which they did, we don't charge $25 now. We have a tournament rate. That's what we have a league. The leagues will play, we'll stay, and somehow we'll get through and obviously play. But on the weekends, they just say it's not worth it. We'll try and work something out and do. I'm not going to leave because it's a great event. We love coming here. We love being here, and that's all there is to it. So I just wanted to make those points. That Mr. Peicher's figures, God bless him, were very conservative. The figures, you're looking at $60 to $80 million in maybe more. Like I said, when 9/11 went on and everybody closed their doors and went home, I didn't stop the tournament. I brought everybody here. And when we had SARS and no one came, and everybody stayed home, I ran the tournament and everybody came here. And when we had a bad economy last year, we still came here, and we still made more teams. And that's just the way it is. I just wanted to let the council know. And I thank you for your time. I really appreciate we could.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. We appreciate the qualification, sir. Thank you. Excuse me. Order, please. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak before we call our vote? Okay. No member of the gallery? All right. Councillor Wing.
We have a copy of an email from Garth Wintle saying that they have to charge each team an additional $100 because of the user fees that we've set out. If the economic impact is in the millions, I would think the BIAs would be happy to pay the $100 for a team to get them.
Excuse me. Order, please.
I mean, I don't understand. If it's only $100 for a team, why wouldn't a BIA be willing to pay it to get the room bookings there and then they dine there? And
that may be a discussion for another day. Excuse me. Order, please. Mr. Miller, did you want to make another comment? Please?
I'm sorry, I'm a fan.
Please come forward.
10 years ago, we hired a person to work with the hotels, the restaurants, whatever, and tried to put together a plan, sat down with them, make sure, and their big concern was the teams come down here and they're wrecking our rooms, and, what can you use as a safety net? Obviously, as we told them, they got to be a credit card, call the police, but if we did, we kick them out. Anyways, trying to get them to contribute. They never contribute. We tried to do it on a commission basis. We stopped doing it 10 years ago. It lasted a year because they wouldn't even pay. Sponsorship in today's sporting world is non-existent. I think if you go to the groups, I'll cut to the chase. We tried to run a program here. We ran a program in the early days. The only people that paid for the program were the strip joints. No one else would even put $100 in. None of the hotels would get all the business in the restaurants. We don't even have a program anymore. We, as an association, through the fees, we pay for it. We buy the product. We don't get the money from the breweries that people may think the fallacy or that. We go out and we run our organization. We're not paid by the government. We have to do this through sponsorship and fundraising, in which we get it through our tournaments from the teams, a small amount of money. And that's how we run this. The hotels and the restaurants and whatever will not contribute 10 cents to the event. I'm sorry. Maybe the children's events they might, but they won't. And to ask them for even $100, they won't even contribute. The cost of running the event is a fortune. And that's, I'm sorry to say that to you, but it is not going to happen. I will also tell you at this time, two of the major people in this city, okay, one being the government agency, hasn't even paid us the money they owe us for things that we did. Okay? And that's really sad. And I'm not going to state on camera here tonight, but if you want to ask me privately, I'll tell you who you are, and I don't think you'll be shocked. Who stiffed us for $5,000, and one of them for measly $250. So, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be facetious, but if you think that people are going to come and donate money in for us to run the event and help pay for it, it isn't going to happen. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Thank you again. Yes, Councillor Wing.
I'm not debating. I'm just saying to you.
Yes.
I mean, we have Mr. Wintle saying it's going to be an extra $100. I have been asked by a BIA, how do we get sports teams to come and stay here in our area? And so when I've been asked that, and I see an opportunity, I want to explore it, because there is a BIA that would love to get these teams, and if it's that kind of an economic spin-off, millions of dollars, I mean, that's the very kind of opportunity they're looking for and they would want. So I just see a real opportunity for partnership here, and I think it needs to be explored again in a different way.
Certainly, you can maybe make some inquiries. I appreciate your point. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Just to make sure that there isn't any impression that people in the hotel business and whatever are not good corporate citizens. If you go out to any of the baseball teams with the minor sports, you see all of the sponsorships are done with the local teams, with many of the local hotels. And the Fallsview BIA and the Victoria Centre BIA are paying $1.6 million a year towards the new convention center for the next 15 years. So they're doing their part too.
Good, thank you. Okay. Well, we're prepared now to deal with this motion. Members of council, would you like the motion read again? You're okay with that? All right, we'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you. Okay. Moving on to the next item. We have corporate services matters for presentation. I'm sorry. Mr. Clerk, are there additional items for council's consideration?
Yes, Your Worship. The one thing I draw your attention to in the handouts was a memo prepared by Mr. Dulovic. This is in response to the Zero Waste Future Ministry of Environment discussion paper. We were directed to come back with some comments, and I'd point you towards Mr. Dulovic's conclusion, and if it's council's wish, we would forward those comments off to the province.
Pleasure of the council. Moved by Councillor Wing, seconded by Councillor Iannone, that this matter be forwarded, the information be forwarded on to the provincial government. That's correct, Mr. Clerk?
The minister who released
okay.
the...
All right. Any comments or questions? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. Move on to corporate services matters. Members of council, we have Mr. Dulovic who wants to make a presentation. Here. Okay. Mr. Dulovic, are we all set, or do you want to defer?
Defer.
You want to defer this? Is that the pleasure?
Yes.
But moved by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Councillor Thompson. This matter be deferred to the next meeting. Any discussion or debate?
No debate.
Having seen none, all those in favor? Yeah. Motion's carried. Thank you. Sorry about that. Move on to schedule fees. Corporate services matter. The next three items: scheduled 2009-2007 schedule of fees. Sure. That's been discussed. Yes, that's. We'll just ask that question, Councillor. Councillor Thompson. Any comments?
I'm not going to touch anything with fees now tonight.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Burton.
Just for the councils, this is the annual update to our booklet for schedules of fees. With the just your deferral of the athletic field fees, we'll have to amend the booklet again in order to make sure we've got all the right information there. But it's just our annual update.
Okay. Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Iannone. Any further discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next report is the payments in lieu of taxes. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any comments or questions? Having seen, yes, Councillor Wing.
Yeah, this was something that I'd raised, and my question was whether these payment in lieu could be indexed to cover inflationary costs. The costs of providing the municipal services that, for example, roads, that these organizations enjoy aren't stagnant over time. Their payments to us may be stagnant, but our costs of providing these are climbing, and especially for the non-tax rate dependent payments in lieu. If it's not dependent on assessment or tax rates, then are those stagnant? And if you're looking forward, if you reach an agreement with an organization that in 2008 that they're going to pay X amount a year, are they still paying that same amount in 2058 with no kind of escalator or cost of living increase built in? So I would like staff to explore the non-tax rate dependent payment in lieu and how we can...
Well, we can answer the question hopefully now. Mr. Harrison, would you be kind enough, please, to address Councillor Wing's concern?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The non-tax rate dependent amounts are reliant upon legislation, as we've outlined in the report, that's written by the majority of the upper tier, whether it be the provincial or the federal governments. And without their acquiescence in changing that legislation, there really is no avenue for us to get additional revenues. On the tax rate dependent side, certainly we could increase our revenues if we are able to have a tax rate increase. However, if we have a tax rate decrease, we would see a decline in these areas as well. So that's why we tried to, in the report, outline what was dependent upon the tax rate and what wasn't. And unfortunately, in the majority of the cases, the legislation that is written that allows us to get money from the other levels of government is actually legislated by those bodies.
Councillor Wing?
In that case, can we be sending resolutions to these upper tier governments asking for inflationary escalators for these payment in lieu?
Thank you. Mr. Harrison?
Certainly, we have a area treasurers meeting coming up, and we can certainly talk to our counterparts at the other municipalities locally and see what other avenues are possible, and also to talk with the region because these do impact the regional properties as well.
Perhaps you can report back after you get some input from the area treasurer.
Certainly. It'll be later this spring or summer.
Okay. Can I have a motion to receive for council information moved by Councillor Peter Angel? Are you moving it? Sorry. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. What would you like to ask? Or
the Parks Commission is there is a paragraph in the report that talks about the Parks Commission.
Yes.
It is not technically a payment in lieu. It is an agreement between ourselves and the Parks Commission. There is a payment in lieu component to it, which is the vacant parkland, which is a very small amount, about $4,600. The balance of that is generated by the agreement between the city and the Parks Commission.
Okay, Councillor? Good, thank you. We do have a motion for Council's consideration that's already been presented. Mr. Clerk, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Would you like to hear that again, or are you happy with it?
Just to approve.
Okay, to approve. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Next item is report with regard to reserve funds. Yes, Councillor Wing?
I have a conflict on the museum part of this because of my spouse's employment there, but I'd like to speak in this in general terms because I was the one who raised this as well. I was looking at this as 50,000 as found money to reduce our deficit. I have absolutely no problem with 8,000 being retained as seed money for a second edition of the Centennial book, but I was not expecting something coming back proposing new spending, the direction, and it was your motion, Your Worship, that our staff investigate possible uses for the reserve fund monies. And I was looking at using this to reduce, we're trying to get down towards zero. I don't think we're going to make it. I came to that conclusion a few weeks ago. We're not going to make it to zero, especially after this evening. But, we're still trying to reduce it to lessen the impact on the taxpayer, and I don't want to see this 50,000 go to new spending. I really want to see it be applied to deficit reduction. So unless we split the motion, I'm going to have to sit it out. I'm hoping we can split the museum part out so I can vote on the rest of it. But generally, this is not what I was looking for when I raised those monies.
Okay, Mr. Burden? I'm sorry, Councillor Thompson first.
Yeah, in light of that, I'd move it to go towards the deficit.
Okay,
and make a motion to that effect.
A motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Iannone. And Mr. Burden? Mr. Burden wants to address the issue, please.
Through your worship, I believe there was a request to retain some of the monies as seed money for the next edition of the Heritage Book.
That's why I made the motion against it.
Okay. Okay, we do have a motion qualifying that. Okay. Any further discussion? Having seen none, call the vote. All those in favor? Motion is unanimous. Unanimous? Yes, okay. Thank you. Alrighty, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda is the ratification of community service committee actions. I'll call on the chair, Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The following items will be ratified from tonight's meeting of Community Services Committee. The minutes of March 9th, 2009 meeting be approved. Under reports, TS 2009-11, Transit Strategy Business Plan and Ridership Growth Strategy Phase 4 Long-Term Strategic Plan and Phase 5 Short-Term Business Plan Final Report. One, that the Phase 4 Long-Term Strategic Plan and Phase 5 Short-Term Business Plan of the report for the Transit Strategy Business Plan and Ridership Growth Strategy be adopted by Council. That the financial recommendations of the Phase 5 Short-Term Business Plan be forwarded for consideration as part of the 2009 2013 capital budget deliberations. Under TS 2009-20, St. Michael Avenue at Brittany Court, St. Michael Avenue at McGarry Drive, intersection control review, that an always stop be installed at the intersection of St. Michael and McGarry Drive. Under TS 2009-18, under the Main Street parking review, 1, that the no parking exit by permit on Sundays between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. restriction located on the south side of Main Street between Robinson Street and a point 140 meters west of Allendale Drive be removed to allow unrestricted free parking, and that the no parking except on Sundays between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. restriction located on the north side of Main Street between Robinson and a point 155 meters west of Allendale Avenue be removed to allow unrestricted free parking, and the paid parking on Main Street adjacent to the hydro corridor revert back to unrestricted free parking. And under MW 2009-15 basement flooding, 1, receive and file, and 2, that the staff prepare a report on a policy making payment to property owners that have experienced basement flooding, and I so move.
Okay, moved by Councillor Ioannoni, seconded by Councillor Wing to adopt the report. Any comments or questions? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Move on to the consent agenda, members of council.
In camera.
Pardon?
In camera.
I'm sorry, in camera report we do, yes.
One item, Your Worship, recommendation that Part 4 of Reference Plan 59-R13223 Victoria Avenue be offered equally to the abutting property owners, who are St. Paul's English Evangelic Church and 281954 Ontario Limited, Dorothy Zafiris Principal.
Okay, thank you. Motion to ratify, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any comments or discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Move on to the consent agenda, members of council. We have approved item with regard to the contract and supply of installation of public washroom building at Patrick Cummings Memorial Sports Park. That's already been dealt with. And yes, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I would move it, and just because sometimes there's some disparity with respect to the BIAs in the area, Main and Ferry, there's going to be expended $5.7 million in the next several years to 2011 to upgrade and improve the area for the 200th anniversary. I think that's appropriate, but it shows that we don't treat our BIAs differently one from the other.
Okay, so noted. So we have the balance of the consent agenda, members of council.
Move the remainder.
Moved by Councillor Diodati, seconded by Councillor Carriot. Any discussion or comment? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to bylaws. Can I have a motion to introduce the bylaws by the... I'm sorry, did I miss something?
Yep, additions.
I'm sorry? The additional bylaws. I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Yep, there's one additional bylaw in your handout. 2009-51, a bylaw to amend the zoning bylaw to regulate land uses related to Warren Woods. Also, obviously, there'd be changes to the fees and charges bylaw. There was a technical change that was part of your handouts and obviously related to what was discussed earlier.
Okay, to include that bylaw as well. So can I have a motion to introduce the bylaws to be given a first reading? Moved by Councillor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councillor Fisher. Once again, council has heard the motion. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you.
Bylaws 2009-41 to 2009-52 be read a first time.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to give the bylaws a second and third reading? Moved by Councillor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Once again, council has heard the motion. Any further questions or comments? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried.
Bylaws 2009-41 to 2009-52 read a second and third time.
Thank you. A new business this evening, Councillor Peter Angelo, Councillor Diodati, Councillor Ioannoni. Is that correct? Okay, Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In today's newspaper, there was an article, Rotary lends a hand to the hospital, and it's nice to see that the Rotary has donated money to the GNGH Foundation, but on behalf of the committee that represents this council in regards to trying to retain the services of the maternity and peds and location of the hospital, I want to make this following comment. The traveling road show that is the the GNGH Foundation is making pleas across the community for funds. And while I support them doing so, what I don't support is the comments made at Club Italia to the Women's Auxiliary 2 weeks ago, stating to the Women's Auxiliary that the members of council, the political members of that team, are standing up in open council telling people not to donate to the GNGH Foundation. Our committee is not, has not, and never will make that comment to residents. People are free to donate to what they want. The comments made as members of council around this table in regards to funding were based on we believed that public dollars donated to an entity that is not guaranteed to stay in this city was something we couldn't support. That's the votes we made around this table as council members. But as committee members representing this council, we have never, ever told anybody or any group not to donate to the GNGH Foundation. And I want to make that clear. So the groups who are, pardon me? Yeah, I would imagine. I have sent a letter out to the Traveling Roadshow and asked them to please cease and desist in saying so. I haven't got a response. But I will say I want the groups out there to understand that no member, no political member of our committee, nor citizen member of our committee has made that representation or comment to any member of the community, and we wanted to make that clear.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Carriot.
Just to that point, just to clarify, in particular, I voted not to contribute because of the lack of funds, not because of any other reason. The only reason that I voted against the money this year to the hospital foundation was because of a lack of funds by the city. Not that I didn't believe that we couldn't have a guarantee that the money would stay in our community. I still believe that we could have got that guarantee that our money would stay in our community. So my vote was strictly because we're in a tough budget time. That's all.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Ioannoni, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to that point, we all sit on another committee as a board, and we asked that question directly 3 times to both the president or the chair of the GNGH Foundation, and the answer was no guarantee could be given to this council or the committee that this council sits at in that governing body that we serve. I would love to see somebody come here and stand there and say that they can absolutely guarantee within a certainty that those monies donated to that foundation will stay in this community. They told you in council they couldn't guarantee that, and they told us in another entity that they couldn't guarantee that. But I'd love to see it, because I think that while they might be angry their donations are down, don't shoot the messenger. Go after the NHS. The problem is not this council. It is the NHS pulling services that women and children are no longer going to have at a GNGH. That's the problem.
Councillor Carriot.
Well, I didn't want to get in debate over this, but in all fairness, we had the people and it was at Hydro, I mean, there's no secret, it was at Hydro Commission, that they gave us as much of a guarantee as they could give us that the money would stay in our community, and I accept them at their word. I'm not prepared to stand here today and say that they're liars and that they wouldn't do the best thing that they could to keep the money in our community, because that's the impression I got, that they would do the best they could to keep the money in our hospital, and that the perception around the community is, and that this council, some members of this council, are sabotaging the efforts of the GNGH Foundation by some comments that are being made. That's it.
Thank you. Any other new business? Councillor Diodati.
Yes, Your Worship, I just want to remind this council that we're going to be having a major fundraiser for Project Share on April Fool's evening, and we have a serious lineup of people going on stage to be hypnotized, including Councillor Pietrangelo. Yeah, we're very excited. We've got a lineup, and if you have an opportunity, go to Project Share website at projectshare.ca to see the lineup. We're going to have upwards of 50 people going on stage, and as well, thank you. I don't want to be remiss. And for representing the staff of this wonderful corporation will be none other than Dean Irafita. So if you have not ever been to one of these...
You hypnotize me every Monday night, Jim.
Actually, the words you used was put you to sleep, but I'll take hypnotize. Make them bark. So anyway, I just want to remind everyone it'll be April Fool's evening at 8 p.m. at the old NFCVI in Epworth Circle. Tickets are available just by calling Project Share. And again, I encourage you to go to projectshare.ca to see the lineup of high-profile local people that will be taking the stage for charity. Tickets are $35 each. 100% go to charity. It's going to be Oh, it's going to be a great show. Appreciate all your support. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure it'll be a well-attended event, and we look forward to you making a fool of yourself again. So,
Well, Mr. Mayor, I've asked him if he wanted to open bids to this council to donate, to be the ones to ask the questions to Councillor Pietrangelo and Mr. Iorfita, because I'd love a chance for that under hypnosis.
well, it's going to be a jest, and I appreciate the gesture that you're doing. So, thank you again. Is there any other new business this evening, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'd like to put a motion on the floor, actually, that we investigate the renaming of the 420 highway that we have here in Niagara Falls. I mean, it's no secret to everyone that the 401's been renamed Highway Zero. For anyone that attended AMO last year,
416.
416, exactly, that goes from 401 all the way up to Ottawa, has been renamed as Veterans Memorial Highway. There's Highway 100 in London that goes from 401 to 402. That's been renamed the Veterans Memorial Parkway. There's part of Highway 21 in Goddard, that's been renamed the Veterans. There's also the Highway 405 that we have over here that's now the Sir Isaac Rock Parkway. Your Worship, since we're losing our memorial arena in Niagara Falls, I mean, we've heard the comment a bunch of times that we're not going to have anything in the city anymore in memorial. I'm not saying that that's exactly what we should name it, but what I am saying is, why don't we pass a motion to look at or investigate the possibility of renaming the 420, and let's put something on our website, Your Worship, so that we can activate or get some input back from the citizens in Niagara Falls, ask them to give us their suggestions of what they think the highway should be renamed. I mean, right now, and I know I'm going to upset Councilor Diodati, but I mean, right now the 420 stands for International Day of, well, we all know what it stands for. No. But, anyway, no? Okay, yeah, well, yeah, most people don't know that. Okay, wait, I looked up 420 and it says, it refers to the consumption of cannabis, Your Worship. So, I mean, obviously there's going to be a party in on April 20th, it'll be reported again in the paper. I don't know if that's really the best name that we want for our highway. I think that we can do better than that. So I'll put a motion on the floor that staff put something up on our website, Your Worship, engaging the residents of Niagara Falls to basically give us comments on what they think the highway should be renamed to.
Excellent idea, Councillor. I appreciate your point. Seconded by Councillor Diodati. Okay. We appreciate the gesture, and I think that's certainly very timely, so hopefully staff can do that in the next upcoming days. So all those in favor? Motion is carried. Any other new business? Motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor May, second by Councillor Carey. All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Formed at Hughes Room once with this idea, with this type of project, and I did Elvis, and he's still alive. He has a ton of fans, and the roof came off the place. So anyway, I was asked to join this ensemble for a few dates, and I decided that I would. I'm going to do the early stuff. I think it's my favorite. When he was still raw and energetic, and enthusiastic and alive, and it was just all this, what is this stuff, when he was doing stuff that was boggling people's minds, right, this rock and roll and that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm going to do.
Shirley looks forward to sharing the stage with some other amazing female vocalists.
And it's a great lineup. Lynn Miles, a great buddy of mine, a great artist, as is Susie Vinnick, Jenny Whiteley, Susanna, fantastic, and also Mad Violet, two gals. I actually shared the stage when we did Girls Sing Boys at Hughes Room one time, so I know all of these artists, and they're all terrific and wonderful. It makes for a great evening, it really does. My performance in the Girls Sing Boys, I'm going to do Elvis Presley. I'm going to do my best to do my versions of Elvis Presley tunes. I think they're going to love it. I mean, there's songs that people know, and it's a great, and it's a thing that I've been doing as a kid. So to come in a theater and do it, it's pretty exciting.
Girls Sing Boys can be seen at the Shauna Sullivan Theater on Wednesday, April 1st. For tickets, visit the Center for the Arts website or call the box office directly. Reporting for The Source, I'm Xander Miljan.
This spring and summer, the St. Catharines Museum will host a one-of-a-kind exhibit for the first time in Canada.
We have a great show that's up from the United States, in fact. It's called Rock My Soul, The Black Legacy of Rock and Roll. And this is such a compelling story. It really began from